Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into Harry What If. We're super excited to share today's story with you. What if Tonks fell in love with Harry at first sight and became his secret protector queen? If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1, First Sight, First Fight. Nymphadora. Tonks was running late. Again. She sprinted up the steps of number 12 Grimmauld Place, nearly tripping over the hideous troll-leg umbrella stand in the narrow hallway. The ancient floorboards creaked under her combat boots as she skidded to a halt outside the kitchen door, hearing Alastair Moody's gruff voice already outlining tonight's mission. Extraction team will consist of 7 Aurors and Order members. We fly in formation, no deviation. Tonks took a deep breath, morphed her pink spikes into a more professional bob, and pushed open the door. Every head in the cramped kitchen turned. Moody's magical eye swiveled toward her with particular intensity. "Nice of you to join us, Nymphadora," he growled. "Don't call me Nymphadora," she replied automatically, dropping into an empty chair between Remus Lupin and Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Sorry I'm late. Ministry detail ran long. Some idiot reported their neighbor for bewitching Muggle garden gnomes to dance. Turned out they were actual garden gnomes who just really liked ABBA." A few chuckles broke the tension, but Moody remained stone-faced. The scarred Auror tapped his gnarled walking stick against the floor. "As I was saying before, Tonks decided to grace us with her presence, tonight we extract Harry Potter from his relative's home in Surrey. Intelligence suggests Death Eater surveillance in the area has increased." Moody's magical eye spun wildly. "Constant vigilance will be required." Tonks straightened in her chair. She'd volunteered immediately when Kingsley mentioned needing Aurors for the Potter extraction. The famous boy who lived. She'd heard endless stories from her mother about her cousin Sirius and James Potter's legendary escapades at Hogwarts. And now, after everything that happened during the Triwizard Tournament. "Tonks!" She snapped back to attention. "Yes. I said, you'll be Potter's direct security during transit. Stay within 3 meters at all times." "Got it. Direct security. 3 meters." She nodded, secretly pleased with the assignment. After finalizing the flight plan and reviewing emergency protocols, the team dispersed to gather their equipment. Tonks was checking the protective charms on her leather jacket when Sirius approached. "So you're my godson's personal bodyguard tonight," he said, leaning against the wall with forced casualness. Despite his attempt at a relaxed pose, his eyes were sharp with concern. "I'll keep him safe," Tonks promised. "Mad Eye trained me himself." Sirius nodded, running a hand through his shaggy dark hair. "Just. Harry's not what you might expect. After everything he's been through." He trailed off. "What do you mean?" "The papers haven't been kind to him since he came back saying Voldemort returned. Fudge has the Ministry calling him a liar, attention seeker. And those Muggle relatives of his." Sirius's jaw tightened. "Just don't judge him too quickly." Before Tonks could ask more, Moody bellowed for everyone to assemble in the yard. She grabbed her broom and joined the team, curiosity about the boy she'd be guarding tonight growing with every passing minute. The formation of Order members cut through the night sky over Surrey, the lights of Muggle neighborhoods twinkling below. Tonks flew slightly below and behind Moody, scanning constantly for signs of pursuit or ambush. The cool air whipped at her face as they began their descent toward Privet Drive. "Remember, minimal magic until we're airborne again," Moody barked as they landed in the unnervingly identical back garden of number 4. "Tonks, Remus, with me. The rest secure the perimeter." Tonks followed Moody and Lupin to the back door. A quick unlocking charm and they were inside a spotless kitchen that smelled of furniture polish and boiled cabbage. "Blimey, it's like a Muggle cleaning product advert in here," she whispered, wrinkling her nose. They crept through the darkened house to the staircase. Tonks was just congratulating herself on her newfound stealth when her foot caught on the hideous carpeting. She stumbled forward with a muffled curse, grabbing a nearby table to steady herself. The vase perched on it wobbled precariously. In slow motion, Tonks watched it tip, fall, and Remus's hand shot out, catching the vase inches from the floor. "Thanks," she whispered, feeling her cheeks burn. "Told Mad Eye they should have left me on perimeter duty." Remus smiled kindly. "We all have our talents. Vase catching happens to be mine." They continued upstairs, Moody's wooden leg making surprisingly little noise. Tonks noticed something odd about one of the bedroom doors. Multiple locks lined its exterior, and a small cat flap was installed at the bottom. "What's with the door?" she whispered. Moody's eye swiveled to it. "That's Potter's room." Something cold settled in Tonks's stomach. Who puts locks on the outside of a teenager's bedroom door? Moody rapped his knuckles against the wood. "Potter? Alastair Moody and Order members. We're here to escort you to a secure location." Silence, then shuffling. The door opened to reveal a skinny boy with untidy black hair and startlingly green eyes behind round glasses. He held his wand at the ready, pointed steadily at Moody's chest. "What form does my Patronus take?" he asked, voice calm but tense. Tonks blinked in surprise. "Smart kid." "I wouldn't know," Moody growled. "But the first time we met, I was actually locked in my own trunk while a Death Eater impersonated me with Polyjuice potion." The boy, Harry, lowered his wand slightly, gaze shifting to Lupin. "It's really us, Harry," Lupin said gently. "We've come to take you away from here." Harry's posture relaxed, but his eyes remained alert, taking in the three of them with a quick, assessing gaze that seemed too practiced for a 15-year-old. His gaze landed on Tonks, and something strange happened in her chest, a little flutter, like missing a step on a staircase. She'd seen photos of Harry Potter before, of course, but they hadn't captured the quiet intensity behind those green eyes or the way he held himself, like someone who had seen too much but was still standing. She realized she was staring and quickly stuck out her hand. "Watch her, Harry." "Tonks. Auror and Order member. I'll be your personal security tonight." He shook her hand, his grip surprisingly firm. "Nice to meet you." "We need to move quickly," Moody interrupted. "Potter, pack your essentials. We're flying out in 10 minutes. Harry nodded and turned to gather his things. Tonks noticed how sparse the room was, minimal personal items, threadbare bedding, and a trunk already half-packed, as if he'd been waiting for an escape. "Need any help?" she offered, stepping into the room. "I'm almost done," Harry replied, stuffing clothes into his trunk. "Just need to get Hedwig's cage." He gestured to the snowy owl watching them with amber eyes. As Harry moved around the room, Tonks caught sight of something that made her stomach turn, a cluster of envelopes on his desk, unopened. She recognized Ron Weasley's messy scrawl and Hermione Granger's neat handwriting. "Not much for letter writing?" she asked lightly. Harry's expression darkened. "Haven't been receiving much post this summer." "Well, I have, but no one tells me anything useful. Can't put anything in writing, they say." The bitterness in his voice was palpable. Before Tonks could respond, Moody stuck his head back in. 2 minutes, Potter." Harry nodded and quickly finished packing, grabbing his firebolt from beside the bed. The broom looked well cared for despite everything else in the room. "Brilliant broom," Tonks commented. "I've got a Comet 260 myself. Not in the same league, but it does the job." A flicker of genuine enthusiasm crossed Harry's face. "You fly." "Since before I could walk, according to my dad. Played chaser for Hufflepuff until I kept showing up to matches with different colored hair and confused my own team." She morphed her currently purple hair through a quick rainbow to demonstrate. Harry's eyes widened. "You're a metamorphmagus. Got it in one." She grinned, pleased at his quick recognition. "Born, not made. Comes in handy for Auror work." "Time to move," Moody interrupted from the doorway. "Perimeter team reports all clear, but we're behind schedule." They quickly shuffled Harry's belongings downstairs and into the back garden where the rest of the team waited with brooms hovering at mounting height. "Potter, you're with Tonks," Moody directed. "Middle of the formation, no breaking ranks under any circumstances." Harry nodded, swinging his leg over his firebolt with practiced ease. Tonks mounted her broom beside him. "Ready for this?" she asked. Something in Harry's expression shifted, a subtle lightening, the first genuine hint of happiness she'd seen. "More than ready." Moody raised his wand, shooting green sparks into the air. As one, the formation kicked off, soaring into the night sky over Surrey. They'd been flying for 20 minutes, London's glow visible on the horizon, when Tonks first noticed something wrong. A subtle shift in the air currents, an unnatural pattern in the clouds below them. She edged her broom closer to Harry's. "Stay sharp," she murmured. "Something's off." Harry instantly tensed, his hand moving to the wand tucked in his jacket. His eyes scanned the darkness with the focused attention of someone far older. Tonks caught Moody's eye across the formation and tapped 2 fingers against her wrist, their signal for potential pursuit. Moody nodded once, his magical eye whirring madly as it rotated to scan behind them. The attack came without warning. 6 dark shapes erupted from the cloud bank below, black cloaks streaming behind them. Death Eaters. Evasive action. Moody bellowed. The formation scattered as jets of red and green light sliced through the night air. Tonks grabbed Harry's arm and yanked him sideways just as a killing curse flashed past his shoulder. "Stay with me," she shouted over the wind. She fired a stunning spell at the nearest attacker, forcing them to veer off. The night exploded into chaos. Order members and Death Eaters twisted through the sky in deadly aerial combat. A masked figure drove straight toward Harry, wand extended. "Dive!" Tonks commanded. They plummeted toward the ground, the Death Eater in pursuit. Harry didn't hesitate or panic, he executed the dive with professional precision, pulling up at the exact moment Tonks did. The Death Eater wasn't as skilled. Their hasty attempt to match the maneuver sent them spiraling briefly out of control. "We need to break away from the main fight," Tonks called to Harry. "I know an alternate route. Follow me." She banked hard right, away from the battle. Harry kept pace perfectly, his smaller frame giving him extra speed on the firebolt. 2 Death Eaters broke off to follow them. Tonks led Harry into a bank of clouds, using the cover to change direction again. The chill mist clung to their clothes as they emerged heading north, momentarily hidden from their pursuers. "They'll track us by magical signature," Harry said, surprising Tonks with his knowledge. "Right you are." "We need to," a jet of purple light cut through the air between them. Their pursuers had found them faster than expected. "Split up 20 meters, then pincer back." Tonks shouted, an aura maneuver she'd practiced with Kingsley. To her surprise, Harry understood immediately, breaking left while she went right. The Death Eaters hesitated for a crucial second, unsure which target to follow. That second was all they needed. Harry and Tonks curved back toward each other, catching the Death Eaters in the middle. As they passed each other, they both fired stunning spells. The synchronized attack caught one Death Eater square in the chest. He tumbled from his broom, plummeting toward the ground. The second Death Eater barely dodged, but the distraction gave Tonks time to close distance and fire a binding hex that wrapped magical cords around his arms and broom handle. "G.O., she shouted to Harry as the Death Eater fought against the binding. They shot forward through the night sky, putting distance between themselves and the disabled attackers. Tonks glanced back to ensure they weren't being followed, then looked at Harry with newfound respect. "Where did you learn to fly like that?" she asked. "Quidditch," he replied, but the tightness around his eyes told a different story, one that involved running for his life before tonight. "We need to regroup with the others," Tonks said, scanning the sky. "But they'll be following emergency protocol too by now. Which means everyone makes their own way to the safe house. Less predictable than staying together." She checked their position against the stars. We're about 30 miles out from London. Think you can make it the rest of the way? Harry nodded, determination evident in every line of his body. Lead the way. They flew in silence for several minutes, maintaining a lower altitude to blend with Muggle air traffic patterns, a trick Tonks had learned during Auror training. You handled yourself well back there, she said finally. Most wizards twice your age would have panicked. Harry's expression was unreadable in the darkness. Not my first ambush. Something in his tone made Tonks's chest tighten. Of course it wasn't. This was the boy who had faced Voldemort multiple times and lived to tell about it. The boy the Ministry was now calling a liar and attention seeker. For what it's worth, she said quietly, I believe you. About him being back. Harry's head snapped toward her, surprise evident on his face. You do. Course I do. Dumbledore believes you, and that's good enough for me. Plus, I'm not thick enough to think those Death Eaters back there were out for a midnight joy ride. A ghost of a smile touched Harry's lips. Thanks. Thanks. They continued flying, adjusting their course to avoid Muggle neighborhoods and staying beneath radar detection levels. The lights of London grew closer, the familiar skyline taking shape against the night sky. Almost there, Tonks said. Just need to. A flash of movement caught her peripheral vision. She spun her broom just in time to see a hooded figure rising from below, wand already casting. Harry, roll left. The spell hit Tonks's broom instead of Harry, shattering the handle. She felt herself falling, the night air rushing past her. Her wand slipped from her fingers as she tumbled. Through the wind roaring in her ears, she heard Harry shout something. Then suddenly he was there, diving alongside her, arm outstretched. His face was a mask of determined focus, no trace of fear despite the ground rushing up to meet them. Their hands connected. Harry yanked her onto his broom with surprising strength, pulling up from the dive with inches to spare. The firebolt, designed for a single rider, wobbled dangerously under their combined weight. Hang on! Harry shouted, leaning forward to gain speed. Tonks wrapped her arms around his waist, shocked by the thinness she felt beneath his jacket. The Death Eater pursued them, but the firebolt's superior speed began to tell, the gap between them widening. My wand, Tonks said urgently. I dropped it when I fell. Harry reached into his jacket and pulled out his own wand, passing it back to her. Use mine. The trust implicit in that simple gesture stunned her. A wizard's wand was their most personal possession, yet Harry had handed his over without hesitation. The Death Eater was gaining again. Tonks raised Harry's wand, feeling the unfamiliar magic respond to her touch. It felt different than her own wand, more focused, with a restrained power thrumming beneath the surface. Protego Maxima, she cast, creating a shield behind them. The Death Eater's next spell bounced off the shield, ricocheting into the night. Tonks followed with a rapid series of stunning spells that forced their pursuer to veer wildly to avoid them. There! Harry called suddenly, pointing ahead to a row of townhouses coming into view. Grimmauld Place. They dived toward the street, the Death Eater still in pursuit but falling behind. As they approached the gap between numbers 11 and 13, Harry leaned close to Tonks's ear. Number 12 Grimmauld Place is the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, he whispered, revealing the secret kept by the Fidelius charm. Instantly, number 12 materialized between its neighbors, expanding into existence as if it had always been there. Harry aimed the broom straight for the front door, which swung open as they approached. They shot through the doorway, Harry pulling up sharply to avoid crashing into the wall. The door slammed shut behind them as they tumbled from the broom onto the floor of the entrance hall. For a moment, they both lay there, breathing hard. Then Tonks started laughing, a release of adrenaline and relief. After a second, Harry joined in, his laughter carrying a rawness that suggested it was an unfamiliar sound. That, Tonks said between gasps, was some seriously impressive flying. Harry sat up, pushing his glasses back into place. That was some seriously impressive spellcasting. With someone else's wand, no less. Teamwork makes the dream work, she quipped, then winced at how cheesy it sounded. But Harry smiled, a real smile that reached his eyes and transformed his face from guarded to boyish. Yeah, it does. The entrance hall door burst open, and suddenly they were surrounded by Order members, all talking at once. Are you hurt? What happened to the others? Were you followed? Moody pushed through the crowd, his magical eye fixed on them. Report, Tonks. She got to her feet, automatically falling into Aura debriefing mode. Ambush by 6, possibly 7 Death Eaters. Separated from main group during evasive maneuvers. Engaged and neutralized 2 pursuers. A third tracked us to London outskirts. My broom was destroyed. Potter executed emergency extraction and got us both here safely. Moody nodded approvingly. The others arrived in staggered intervals. All present and accounted for, minor injuries only. Sirius shouldered his way to Harry, checking him over with anxious eyes. You all right? Harry nodded, still breathing hard from the flight. I'm fine. Tonks took the brunt of it. Nothing a hot shower and a cup of tea won't fix, she assured them, though her muscles were already aching from the fall and awkward broom ride. As the crowd dispersed to the kitchen, Sirius pulled Harry into a brief, fierce hug. Over his godfather's shoulder, Harry's eyes met Tonks's. Something unspoken passed between them, an understanding born from shared danger. Sirius released Harry and turned to Tonks with genuine gratitude. Thank you for getting him here safely. She shrugged, suddenly self-conscious. Just doing my job. But it had been more than that, and she knew it. When Harry had dived after her, catching her mid-fall without hesitation, that wasn't the action of someone who needed protection. That was the action of a partner who had her back. As they made their way to the kitchen, Tonks felt something shift inside her. She'd signed up to guard the famous boy who lived, but the person who'd flown beside her tonight wasn't a legend or a newspaper headline. He was just Harry, brave, skilled, and far more complex than anyone gave him credit for. And for reasons she wasn't quite ready to examine, that realization made her heart beat just a little faster. The kitchen of Grimmauld Place hummed with activity as Order members regrouped after the ambush. Molly Weasley fussed over injuries while Moody conducted debriefings at the long wooden table. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, who had practically tackled him with hugs upon his arrival. Tonks watched from her position by the fireplace, nursing a cup of strong tea. Her body ached from the fall, but her mind was sharp, cataloging details for her official Aura report, carefully edited, of course, to exclude any mention of the Order. Completely mental flying, mate, Ron was saying to Harry. Straight through the door like a professional seeker. Harry looked uncomfortable with the praise. It was nothing. Tonks did the hard part with the spellwork. His gaze shifted to her, and she raised her teacup in salute. The kitchen door swung open, and Albus Dumbledore swept in, bringing immediate silence to the room. His eyes found Harry briefly but didn't linger, a detail Tonks noted with curiosity. I understand there were complications with tonight's extraction, Dumbledore said, addressing the room at large. Moody stood. Coordinated attack. They knew the timing but not the exact route. Suggests ministry leak rather than surveillance breach. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Most concerning. Kingsley, what is the ministry's official position? Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice rumbled through the kitchen. Officially, they're calling it rogue wizards, not Death Eaters. Fudge is doubling down on denial. Tonks watched Harry's face tighten at this information, his hands clenching into fists under the table. Hermione placed a gentle hand on his arm. I believe, Dumbledore continued, this underscores the importance of our security protocols moving forward. Harry must remain here until term begins. Harry's head snapped up. Sir, about Voldemort, several people flinched at the name. I've been having dreams. Like before. I think he's planning something at the ministry. Dumbledore's expression remained impassive. "Thank you for sharing this information, Harry. We will look into it." His tone was politely dismissive. "Now, I must speak with Alastair privately. Mrs. Weasley, perhaps the young people would like to settle in upstairs." The dismissal was clear. Molly Weasley immediately began herding the teenagers toward the door, despite Harry's obvious frustration. Tonks caught his eye as he passed. "I'll find you tomorrow," she said quietly. "We should talk about what happened tonight." Relief flashed across his face. "Thanks." After the teenagers left, the Order meeting continued, focusing on security rotations and intelligence reports. Tonks volunteered for additional guard duty at Grimmauld Place, ignoring Moody's suspicious glance. When the meeting finally adjourned, she found Remus Lupin waiting for her in the hallway. "Eventful first meeting with Harry," he said mildly. Tonks leaned against the wall. "You could say that. He's not what I expected." "Oh. He's..." She searched for the right words. "More capable than people give him credit for. Keeps his head in a crisis. Good instincts." Remus smiled slightly. James was the same way. Brilliant under pressure. His expression grew more serious. Though Harry's had far more practice than his father did at that age. "I noticed." Tonks frowned. "Did you see his bedroom? The locks? And he's thin as a wand." Anger flashed in Remus's usually calm eyes. "His relatives are not kind. Dumbledore insists he stay there for the blood protection, but..." He trailed off, then changed the subject. "You handled yourself well tonight." "Could have done without dropping my wand mid-air," she said ruefully. "Amateur mistake. We all make them. The important thing is you both made it back safely." He glanced toward the stairs. "Harry doesn't trust easily, you know. Too many people have let him down." Tonks thought about Harry passing her his wand without hesitation. "I won't be one of them." The conviction in her voice surprised even her. Remus gave her a curious look but didn't comment. "Good night, Tonks. Try to get some rest." As she headed to the room Molly had prepared for her, Tonks couldn't shake the memory of Harry diving to catch her as she fell, the fierce determination on his face, the absolute certainty that he wouldn't let her fall. No hesitation, no calculation of risk. Just action. She'd spent her career trying to prove herself as an Auror, fighting against perceptions that her youth and colorful appearance made her less serious. Tonight, a 15-year-old boy had shown more courage and competence than many full-fledged Aurors she knew. More importantly, he'd trusted her when they'd become separated from the group. They'd functioned as a team instantly, without the awkward adjustments that usually came with new partnerships. It felt significant, though she couldn't quite articulate why. Morning at Grimmauld Place brought chaotic energy as the Weasleys, Hermione, and Harry tackled the cleaning of the long-abandoned house. Tonks joined them after her early shift at the Ministry, finding Harry and Ron battling doxies in the drawing room. "Watcher," she called, ducking a spray of doxy venom. "How's the pest control business?" "Booming," Ron replied glumly, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Reckon we could start charging by the hour." Harry managed a tired smile. "Hey, Tonks." She noticed dark circles under his eyes. "Rough night?" He shrugged noncommittally, but something in his expression suggested nightmares rather than just poor sleep. Before she could ask more, Molly Weasley bustled in with fresh doxy spray. "Tonks, dear. Didn't expect to see you until dinner. Aren't you supposed to be at the Ministry? Finished early. Thought I'd make myself useful here." She grabbed a spray bottle. "What needs doing?" For the next hour, Tonks worked alongside the teenagers, keeping an eye on Harry while maintaining casual conversation. When Molly called Ron and Hermione to help with lunch preparations, Tonks seized the opportunity. "Fancy a break?" she asked Harry. "I've got something to show you." Curiosity replaced the fatigue in his expression. Sure. She led him up several flights of stairs to a small room she discovered during her exploration of the house, a former study with tall windows that let in rare sunlight. Found this yesterday, she explained, closing the door behind them. Thought it might make a good training space. Harry looked around, confused. Training? After last night's excitement, I figured you might appreciate some aura-level defensive spells. Stuff they don't teach at Hogwarts. She pulled out her wand, a replacement she'd collected from her flat that morning. Unless you're not interested. The transformation in Harry's demeanor was immediate. His posture straightened, eyes sharpening with focus. I'm interested, he said firmly. Tonks grinned. Brilliant. Let's start with something practical, breaking a bodybind curse without a counterspell. Could have used that last year, yeah. Harry's expression darkened momentarily, a reminder of Cedric Diggory's death, she realized too late. But he nodded, determination replacing the shadow. Show me. For the next hour, Tonks demonstrated techniques rarely taught outside aura training, wandless resistance to minor binding spells, silent casting fundamentals, and tactical movement patterns that made targeting more difficult. Harry absorbed everything with remarkable speed, asking insightful questions and adapting quickly to her instructions. His power level was impressive, but his real strength lay in his instinctive understanding of practical application. You'd make a good aura, she commented after he successfully broke free from his third consecutive body bind. That's the plan, he replied, surprising her. If I live that long. The casual way he referenced his uncertain future sent a chill through her. That dark sense of humor comes with the territory, she said, trying to keep her tone light. But for the record, I'm planning to make sure you do. Harry looked at her curiously. Why are you helping me like this? You barely know me. Tonks considered her answer carefully. Several reasons. Professionally, you're a high-value target who needs every advantage. Practically, you've shown aptitude worth developing. She hesitated. Personally, I know what it's like to have people underestimate you. Because you're young. Or because of your abilities. Harry gestured to her currently purple hair. Both. The metamorphmagus thing makes people think I'm not serious. Like I'm just a party trick. She changed her nose to a pig snout briefly. Don't get me wrong, it's dead useful and I love it. But sometimes I want people to see past it. Harry nodded with unexpected understanding. To see just you, not what makes you special or different. Exactly. Their eyes met, and Tonks felt that strange flutter again. Anyway, I reckon we could both use an ally who sees the whole picture. I'd like that, Harry said quietly. They resumed training, but something had shifted between them, a connection deeper than instructor and student, beyond the shared danger of the previous night. Tonks found herself noticing details, the way Harry's eyes crinkled when he concentrated, how his movements became fluid and precise when casting, the rare but transformative nature of his genuine smile. A knock at the door interrupted them. Sirius poked his head in, eyebrows rising at the sight of them both sweating and breathing hard in the middle of the cleared space. There you are. Molly's been looking everywhere, lunch is ready. He glanced between them with obvious curiosity. What's all this, then? Extra defense training, Tonks explained. After last night's ambush, seemed prudent. Something like approval crossed Sirius's face. Good thinking. He turned to Harry. How'd you do? Brilliant, Tonks answered before Harry could downplay his performance. Natural aptitude. Breaking bodybinds wandlessly after just an hour's practice. Harry looked embarrassed but pleased at the praise. Sirius smiled proudly. James would have loved this. He always said Aurors had the best tricks. He gestured toward the door. Better get down before Molly sends a search party. But later, I want to see what you've learned. As they followed Sirius downstairs, Harry whispered to Tonks, thanks for that. The training and, telling him. Nothing but the truth, she replied. Though if we're going to continue, we should probably be more discreet. Doubt Dumbledore would approve of unauthorized combat training. When can we practice again? The eagerness in his voice was unmistakable. Tonight. After the others are asleep. Tonks winked. Consider it your first lesson in covert operations. The week passed in a pattern: ministry duties for Tonks during the day, order meetings in the evening, and secret training sessions with Harry late at night. She taught him Auror techniques while he shared stories about Hogwarts and his previous encounters with Voldemort, details he rarely disclosed to others. They developed a comfortable rhythm, communicating with glances and brief touches that went unnoticed by most of the house's occupants. Most, but not all. "You're spending a lot of time with my godson," Sirius commented one evening as they washed dishes after dinner, a task Tonks had volunteered for specifically because Harry was on drying duty. "He's a quick learner," she replied neutrally. "And he needs the skills." Sirius handed her another plate. "It's good for him, you know. Having someone who doesn't treat him like he's made of glass or expect him to be a hero all the time." He paused. "Just be careful." "Of what?" "He's had a lot of people come and go in his life. If you start something, anything, make sure you can see it through." Before Tonks could respond, Moody stumped into the kitchen. "Tonks. Ministry hearing for Potter tomorrow. I need you on surveillance detail." Her head snapped up. "I thought Kingsley was handling that." "Change the rotation. Need someone who can alter their appearance at will." Moody's magical eye fixed on her. "Problem?" "No, sir." "What's the plan?" As Moody outlined the security arrangements, Tonks felt a surge of protectiveness. The hearing was clearly a setup, Fudge's attempt to discredit Harry and, by extension, Dumbledore. The Ministry was playing politics while Voldemort gathered strength in the shadows. Later that night, during their training session, she found Harry more distracted than usual. "Your shield charm is weak on the left side," she pointed out after her stinging hex broke through. "You're thinking about tomorrow?" Harry lowered his wand. "What if they snap my wand? If they expel me?" The genuine fear in his voice made her chest ache. This was a boy who had faced Voldemort multiple times, yet the threat of losing his place in the wizarding world terrified him more. "Not going to happen," she said firmly. "Dumbledore will be there. And so will I." He looked up sharply. "You? Undercover, of course. Ministry doesn't know I'm Order. I'll be there as an Auror on security detail, but really keeping an eye on things." She attempted a reassuring smile. "No one's going to railroad you while I'm around." The relief on Harry's face was palpable. "Thanks. Want to know a secret?" She leaned closer. "Being a metamorphmagus isn't just good for disguises. It's brilliant for eavesdropping." "How so?" "People say all sorts of things when they think no one important is listening. Tomorrow, I'll be the most forgettable, overlooked person in that courtroom. But I'll hear everything." For the first time that evening, Harry smiled. "I'm starting to think you're the most dangerous person in the Order." "That's the idea," she replied with a wink. "Now, back to that shield charm. I want it impenetrable by morning." The Ministry of Magic atrium bustled with early morning activity as Arthur Weasley escorted a visibly nervous Harry toward the security desk. Neither noticed the plain-faced witch with brown hair in ministry robes who followed them into the elevator and stood quietly in the corner. Tonks kept her expression neutral as she observed Harry from behind her disguise. He was wearing his school robes, hair unsuccessfully combed, fidgeting with his wand. Despite his obvious anxiety, there was a dignity to how he held himself, shoulders back, chin up, facing whatever came next. The elevator stopped at level 2. Tonks exited with several other employees, casting a final glance at Harry before heading toward the Auror department. As soon as she was out of sight, she ducked into an empty office and changed her appearance again, this time to a gray-haired witch with spectacles, wearing judicial support staff robes. She made her way to courtroom 10, arriving well before the scheduled hearing time. To her surprise, the full Waisengamot was already assembling. This wasn't the routine disciplinary hearing they'd led Harry to expect, it was a full criminal trial. Fudge arrived with Percy Weasley in tow, followed shortly by Dolores Umbridge, the senior undersecretary whose saccharine voice belied her venomous politics. Tonks positioned herself near the stenographer's desk, clipboard in hand as if taking notes for the proceedings. When Harry was finally led in, looking small and alone in the massive courtroom, Tonks had to physically restrain herself from moving closer to him. The chair he was directed to had chains that clinked ominously, though they remained inactive. Fudge began the proceedings with barely concealed hostility, introducing the charges with the gravity typically reserved for violent criminals. Harry answered the initial questions clearly but tensely, his eyes darting around the courtroom as if searching for support. When Dumbledore swept in as witness for the defense, Tonks saw Harry's expression flicker with relief, then confusion when the headmaster didn't acknowledge him directly. The trial proceeded with Dumbledore's careful maneuvering countering Fudge's obvious bias. Then came Mrs. Figg's testimony about the Dementor attack, the entire reason for Harry's justified use of underage magic. Tonks watched Umbridge's reaction carefully, noting the woman's increasing agitation as the witness described the Dementors in detail. When the court adjourned briefly for deliberation, Tonks slipped closer to the prosecution table, pretending to collect documents. She overheard Umbridge whispering urgently to Fudge. The witness is clearly confused. Dementors are under ministry control, they wouldn't be in Little Whinging without authorization, which wasn't given. Then how do you explain, clearly, Potter's reputation precedes him. The squib is either confused or deliberately lying to protect him. Tonks moved away before her disguise could be compromised by her anger. As she passed behind Harry, she deliberately brushed against his shoulder, murmuring, "Stand firm." They're rattled. His posture straightened almost imperceptibly, though he didn't turn. When the Waisengamot reconvened, Umbridge took an unexpected role in the questioning, pressing Mrs. Figg on details about the Dementor's appearance. The witness began to falter, her descriptions becoming less certain under the hostile interrogation. Tonks saw Umbridge exchange a triumphant glance with Fudge. In that moment, she made a split-second decision that could cost her career. She dropped her clipboard with a clatter, drawing attention. As she bent to retrieve it, she morphed her hand briefly into a Dementor's rotting, scabbed appendage within Mrs. Figg's line of sight only. The witness gasped. Yes. Exactly like that, the hands. Umbridge turned, but Tonks had already changed back, straightening with clipboard in hand and an apologetic expression. "Sorry, Madam Undersecretary," she murmured, backing away. The interruption had the desired effect. Mrs. Figg's testimony regained its conviction, her descriptions suddenly vivid and specific again. Umbridge's face contorted with suspicious frustration, but she had no grounds to object. The vote, when it came, was narrow but clear, cleared of all charges. The relief on Harry's face was profound as Dumbledore swept out without speaking to him, leaving the boy to navigate the suddenly dispersing crowd alone. Tonks maintained her disguise, watching as Arthur Weasley found Harry and led him from the courtroom. She followed at a distance, ensuring no further confrontations occurred. Only when they safely entered the elevator did she allow herself to breathe normally again. She changed disguises twice more before leaving the ministry through a service entrance, then apparat to a point several blocks from Grimmauld Place to walk the remainder under normal appearance. The house was in celebratory mode when she arrived. Fred and George were setting off miniature fireworks in the kitchen while Mrs. Weasley prepared a special lunch. Harry sat surrounded by well-wishers, looking overwhelmed but relieved. His eyes found hers the moment she entered. "Tonks! Did you hear? I got off." She grinned. "Brilliant news. Sorry I couldn't be there, ministry duty, you know." Their shared secret danced in his eyes as he nodded. "Yeah. Thanks anyway." The celebration continued through lunch, but Tonks noticed Harry growing quieter as the afternoon progressed. When she found him alone in the library later, staring out the window, she closed the door behind her. "Penny for your thoughts." He turned, a half-smile touching his lips. "That thing you did in the courtroom. With your hand. That was really risky." "Worth it," she replied simply. "Couldn't let Umbridge railroad you with her dementors would never routine." Still. His expression grew serious. "You could have lost your job. Some things matter more than jobs, Harry." The intensity of her own conviction surprised her. He studied her face. "Why do I matter to you? Really?" The question caught her off guard. Why indeed? She'd known him barely a week, yet had risked her career today without hesitation. The answer came with unexpected clarity. "Because you're fighting the same fight I am, but with the whole world watching and judging every move. Because you keep going despite that. And because..." She hesitated. "Because when we were flying that night and everything went pear-shaped, you didn't leave me behind. Not even a thought about it." "I wouldn't leave anyone behind," he said quietly. "I know. That's the point." She moved closer. "There aren't many people like that, Harry. People who do the right thing even when it's harder. Even when no one's looking." Something shifted in his expression, a softening, a vulnerability he rarely showed. "I'm going back to Hogwarts tomorrow," he said. "I know." She leaned against the windowsill beside him. "Bet you can't wait." "Usually, yeah. But this year..." He trailed off. "Things feel different. The prophet's been calling me a liar all summer. People will believe it." "Some will," she agreed. "Others won't. The important thing is what you do next." "Which is what?" "Keep training. Stay sharp. And remember you're not alone in this fight." She bumped her shoulder against his. "Speaking of which, I got you something." From her pocket, she produced a small, nondescript mirror. Two-way communication mirror. "This one's linked to its pair, which I'll keep. Say my name into it, and I'll be able to talk to you, no matter where you are." Harry took the mirror, turning it over in his hands with wonder. "Is this standard Auror equipment?" "Not exactly. Had to call in a favor from a contact in the Department of Mysteries." She grinned mischievously. "Being the clumsy one has its advantages. People underestimate how many strings I can pull." "This is brilliant," he said, genuine gratitude in his voice. "But won't you get in trouble if they find out?" "Only if they catch me." She winked. "Which they won't, because we're going to be clever about this. The mirror stays hidden. You only use it in emergencies or when you're absolutely certain you're alone." He nodded, already slipping the mirror into his inner pocket. "I'll be careful. And I'll be watching your back," she promised. "Even from a distance." The next day, Tonks joined the guard detail escorting Harry and the others to King's Cross Station. She kept her appearance deliberately ordinary, brown hair, forgettable features, to avoid drawing attention. Still, she noticed Harry's eyes finding her repeatedly in the group, a silent acknowledgement of their connection. At the platform, while Molly fussed over last-minute details and Moody growled security reminders, Tonks managed a private moment with Harry. "Remember what we practiced," she said quietly. "Shields up, mind focused. And eyes open," he finished, the corner of his mouth lifting. "I remember." "Good." She hesitated, then added, "The mirror works both ways. If things get dicey at Hogwarts, any reason at all, use it." "I will." His expression turned serious. "Be careful out there, yeah. Death Eaters know your order now." The concern in his voice warmed something inside her. "Don't worry about me, Potter. I'm tougher than I look." "I know exactly how tough you are," he replied with unexpected intensity. "That's why I'm saying it." The train whistle blew, signaling final boarding. Harry glanced toward his waiting friends, then back to Tonks. "See you at Christmas, then." "Sooner," she promised. "I've arranged to be part of Hogsmeade security on your first weekend visit. Keep an eye out for me, though I might look different." Relief flashed across his face. "I'll look for the clumsiest person in the village." She laughed and gave him a gentle shove toward the train. "Go on, then. Right to Snuffles, yeah. He'll miss you." Harry nodded and jogged to the train, jumping aboard just as it began to move. He found a window and waved as the Hogwarts Express pulled away from the platform. Tonks waved back, maintaining her professional expression until the train disappeared from sight. Only then did she allow her features to relax into something more complicated: concern, affection, and a fierce protectiveness she couldn't quite explain. "Getting attached, aren't you?" Moody growled beside her, his magical eye fixed on her face. "He's a good kid," she replied neutrally. "Deserves better than what he's gotten so far." "Good kid" doesn't begin to cover it. Moody's scarred face twisted into what might have been a smile. "But he's still just that, a kid." Tonks bristled. "He's faced more than most adult wizards. Handled it better, too." "Not saying he hasn't." Moody studied her with both eyes now. "Just saying be careful where this goes, Nymphadora. Lines get blurred in war." "Don't know what you're talking about," she muttered. "And don't call me Nymphadora." But as they left the station, Tonks couldn't deny the truth of Moody's observation. Something had changed during the past week, shifted in a way she hadn't anticipated. What had begun as professional duty had evolved into something more personal. She'd risked her career for Harry at the hearing without a second thought. And the strangest part? She'd do it again in a heartbeat. Back at the ministry that afternoon, Tonks volunteered for the Hogsmeade security rotation without explanation. Kingsley gave her a knowing look but signed off on the assignment without comment. That night, alone in her flat, she pulled out the twin to Harry's communication mirror. The enchantment would activate when he called her name, but for now, it showed only her own reflection. Purple hair returned after a day of mundane disguises, eyes thoughtful. "What are you doing, Tonks?" she asked her reflection. The answer came with surprising clarity: protecting someone who mattered. Someone who saw her, really saw her, beyond her abilities or her clumsiness or her youth. She tucked the mirror into her bedside drawer and made a silent promise, to herself and to the boy now speeding toward Hogwarts: whatever came next, whatever dangers this war brought, she would be there. Not just as an Auror or an Order member, but as something else entirely. His secret guardian. Chapter 2, Shadows at Hogwarts. Tonks strode through the Ministry Aura department, her hair a professional brown bob today, robes pressed to perfection. Not her usual style, but she needed to look the part for what came next. She rapped her knuckles against the door marked Rufus Scrimgeour, head of Auror office. "Enter," called a gruff voice. She stepped into the office where her boss sat behind a mountain of parchment, his tawny hair and yellowish eyes giving him that distinctive lion-like appearance. He barely glanced up. "Auror Tonks. What can I do for you?" "Sir, I've been reviewing our security protocols for magical educational institutions." She placed a neatly organized folder on his desk. "With recent events, I believe our Hogwarts coverage is inadequate." Now she had his attention. Scrimgeour looked up, eyes narrowing slightly. "Hogwarts is Dumbledore's domain." "Yes, sir, but after the Triwizard Tournament incident and Cedric Diggory's death." She let the implications hang in the air. The ministry should show stronger presence, especially given the rumors circulating. Scrimgeour's expression darkened. "You mean Potter's claims?" "I mean public concern, sir," Tonks corrected smoothly. "Whether the rumors are true or not, parents are worried. Minister Fudge wants to reassure the public, doesn't he?" She'd hit the right note. Scrimgeour leaned back, considering. "What exactly are you proposing?" "Rotating Auror presence. Undercover surveillance during Hogsmeade weekends." Regular security assessments. She tapped the folder. I've outlined potential protocols that wouldn't interfere with school operations but would demonstrate ministry vigilance. And you're volunteering for this assignment? Tonks nodded. My metamorphmagus abilities make me ideal for undercover work. Students won't even know I'm there. Scrimgeour studied her for a long moment. This wouldn't have anything to do with your cousin Sirius Black, would it? Any intelligence suggesting he might try to contact Potter at the school? No specific intelligence, sir. Not technically a lie. But given their past connection, it's certainly possible. He flipped through her proposal. The minister has already placed Dolores Umbridge at Hogwarts to monitor the situation. You'd be required to coordinate with her. Tonks kept her expression neutral despite the sour taste in her mouth. Of course, sir. I'd report to whomever you direct. After another moment of consideration, Scrimgeour nodded. Very well. Implement these protocols, starting with the first Hogsmeade weekend. Regular reports, or Tonks. And remember your primary loyalty. Always to the ministry, sir, she replied, the lie sliding easily from her lips. As she left his office, a small smile tugged at her mouth. Step 1 of Operation Guard Harry, complete. Now for the trickier part, convincing Dumbledore. 2 weeks later, Tonks stood in Hogsmeade Village, disguised as a middle-aged witch with silver-streaked black hair selling charmed scarves from a small cart. The October air carried a biting chill, perfect for her cover business. From her position near the 3 broomsticks, she had clear sight lines to the main street while appearing completely innocuous. Students began flooding into the village around mid-morning, their excited chatter filling the streets. Tonks kept her eyes peeled for one particular head of messy black hair. When Harry finally appeared, flanked by Ron and Hermione, Tonks nearly dropped her wand. His face was paler than she remembered, with dark circles under his eyes. Even from a distance, she could see tension in his shoulders, a wariness in his movements. She waited until they entered the 3 broomsticks before packing up her cart with a quick charm. Following them inside, she took a table in the corner and ordered a butterbeer. The trio sat nearby, heads bent in conversation. Absolutely foul, what she's doing, Hermione was saying heatedly. We've got to do something, Harry. You can't keep going to these detentions. I've been researching magical contracts, and what she's making you do with that quill. Keep your voice down, Harry muttered, glancing around nervously. Tonks casually flicked her wand under the table. Muffliato, she whispered, creating a bubble of privacy around their conversation. It doesn't matter anyway, Harry continued, unaware of her spell. No one's going to stop her. Dumbledore can't, or won't. McGonagall tried and got shut down. Umbridge has the ministry behind her. But your hand, mate, Ron said, looking genuinely disturbed. It's not healing properly. Harry instinctively tucked his right hand under the table. It's fine. The haunted look in his eyes told Tonks it was anything but fine. She'd heard rumors about Umbridge's teaching methods, but seeing Harry's reaction confirmed her worst fears. The Toad was torturing students, torturing Harry, and hiding behind ministry authority. When the trio finished their butterbeers and stood to leave, Tonks made her move. As they passed her table, she deliberately knocked over her mug, splattering butterbeer onto Harry's shoes. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, dear, she exclaimed in her disguised voice, grabbing napkins. Let me help you with that. As she bent to dab at his shoes, she whispered, outside behind Honeydukes in 10 minutes. Come alone. She slipped the communication mirror into his pocket. Harry's eyes widened fractionally, but he maintained his composure. No harm done, ma'am. Tonks watched them leave, heart pounding. She'd gone off script already. Her official assignment was surveillance only, no contact. But seeing Harry's haunted expression, hearing about that quill, some things mattered more than orders. 10 minutes later, she waited in the narrow alley behind Honeydukes, scanning for anyone watching. When Harry slipped around the corner, she immediately cast privacy charms around them. "It's me," she said, morphing her features back to her natural appearance, though keeping the black hair. "Sorry for the cloak and dagger routine." "Tonks." Relief flooded Harry's face. "What are you doing here?" "Official assignment, Hogsmeade security." She shrugged. "Unofficial assignment, checking on you. And based on what I overheard, good thing I did." Her eyes dropped to his right hand. "Show me." Harry hesitated, then extended his hand. Tonks gently took it, turning it over to examine the back. Her breath caught. Red, inflamed lines etched into his skin red. "I must not tell lies." "That utter hag," Tonks whispered, anger coursing through her. "She's using a blood quill on you. Those are restricted dark artifacts." "It's fine," Harry said automatically, trying to pull his hand back. Tonks tightened her grip. "It's not fine. This is torture, Harry. Illegal torture of a minor." "Yeah, well, add it to the list of illegal things that happen to me on a regular basis." His attempt at humor fell flat as bitterness crept into his voice. Tonks pulled a small tin from her pocket. "Essence of myrtlap. Soak your hand in it tonight, it'll help with the pain and reduce scarring." She pressed it into his uninjured hand. "Now tell me everything that's happening at Hogwarts. Don't leave anything out." For the next 15 minutes, Harry talked. About Umbridge's refusal to teach practical defense, her educational decrees, her systematic dismantling of student freedoms. About the nightmares that plagued him nightly, visions of corridors and doors that felt increasingly real. About Dumbledore avoiding him completely, not even making eye contact. As he spoke, something inside Tonks hardened into resolve. This wasn't just about protecting Harry physically anymore. This was about someone systematically breaking him down, and she wasn't going to let that happen. "I'm coming to Hogwarts," she said when he finished. Harry blinked in surprise. "What? How?" "I've already arranged the security rotation. But now I'm going to step it up, multiple disguises, different roles. Sometimes I'll be a visiting ministry inspector, sometimes a shopkeeper in Hogsmeade." She squeezed his uninjured hand. "I'll be around, Harry. Watching your back." "It's too risky," he protested. "If Umbridge catches you, she won't." Tonks winked, briefly morphing her face into Umbridge's toad-like visage before shifting back. "Perks of being a metamorphmagus. Besides, I'm an Auror. I've got legitimate reasons to be checking security." Harry still looked unconvinced. "What about your job?" "The Order. This is my job." "You are my job." The intensity in her voice surprised even her. "Look, I can't stop Umbridge directly, not yet, anyway. But I can make sure you're not facing this alone." Something flickered in Harry's eyes, vulnerability mixed with something stronger. "Why are you doing this?" The question hung between them, loaded with unspoken implications. Tonks could have given the professional answer: duty, responsibility, order, business. Instead, she went with the truth. "Because I care what happens to you," she said simply. "And because no one else seems to be stepping up." Harry's expression softened. Before he could respond, voices approached the alley. Tonks quickly morphed back into her vendor disguise. "The mirror I slipped you," she whispered urgently. "Use it tonight. Your dormitory, after everyone's asleep. I need to know about these nightmares." He nodded, stepping away as the privacy charms dissipated. "Thanks for the directions to the post office, ma'am," he said loudly as a group of Slytherin students passed the alley entrance. Tonks played along. "Anytime, dear. Enjoy your visit to Hogsmeade." As Harry walked away, rejoining his friends with a casual explanation about needing to mail a letter, Tonks leaned against the wall and closed her eyes briefly. This assignment had just gotten a lot more complicated, and a lot more personal. That night in her London flat, Tonks sat cross-legged on her bed, waiting for the communication mirror to activate. She'd changed into comfortable pajamas, her hair its natural mousy brown, a color that appeared whenever her emotions ran high or her energy was low. Today, it was both. At just past midnight, the mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water. Then Harry's face appeared, dimly lit by what looked like a wand under blankets. "Tonks," he whispered. "I'm here," she replied softly. "You alone?" "Yeah. Put a silencing charm around my bed. Ron snores loud enough to cover any noise anyway." She smiled. "Clever. How's the hand?" Harry held it up to show her. The Murtlap essence had clearly helped, the skin looked less inflamed, though the words remained visible. "Better. Thanks." "Good. Now, about these nightmares." For the next hour, Harry described his dreams in detail, the long, dark corridor, the door he could never reach, the frustration and obsession that didn't feel entirely his own. Tonks listened carefully, recognizing the hallmarks of the Department of Mysteries from her Auror training. "And you've told Dumbledore about this?" she asked when he finished. Harry's expression darkened. "Tried to. He won't even look at me, let alone talk to me. Sent me to Snape instead, for occlumency lessons." "Occlumency?" Tonks sat up straighter. "That's advanced magic." "Yeah, well, Snape's version involves him attacking my mind repeatedly until I collapse." The bitterness in Harry's voice was palpable. "Says I'm not trying hard enough, that I'm weak." Anger flared in Tonks's chest. "That's not how occlumency is taught. It's supposed to be gradual, building mental shields layer by layer." "Well, Snape skipped that chapter." Harry rubbed his scar absently. "Every lesson ends with me on the floor with a migraine, and my nightmares are getting worse, not better." "That absolute git," Tonks muttered. "He's making it worse deliberately." "Wouldn't put it past him," Harry agreed. Tonks made a quick decision. "I'm not a master occlumens, but I had basic training as part of Auror qualification. I can teach you the foundations properly." Hope flickered across Harry's face. "You could. Won't be as powerful as proper mastery, but it'll give you some defense." She tapped her chin thoughtfully. "We need somewhere private to practice, though. Can't do this properly through mirrors." "I might know a place," Harry said, suddenly animated. "The room of requirement. It becomes whatever you need it to be. We've been using it for—" He hesitated. "For what?" Tonks prompted. Harry looked conflicted, then seemed to make a decision. "Promise this stays between us?" "Of course. We've started a secret defense group. Practical lessons, since Umbridge won't teach us anything useful." "I'm, sort of teaching." Pride swelled in Tonks's chest. "That's brilliant, Harry. How many students?" "About 25 so far. Calling ourselves Dumbledore's Army." A small, rebellious smile played at his lips. "Figured if that's what the Ministry fears, might as well make it real." "I knew you had it in you," she said, genuinely impressed. "This room would be perfect for our occlumency practice too. When's your next Hogsmeade weekend?" "Not for a month," Harry replied, disappointed. Tonks grinned mischievously. "Who said anything about waiting for Hogsmeade? I'll be at Hogwarts this Friday. Ministry security inspection." "You're mental," Harry said, but he was smiling, a real smile that reached his eyes. "Occupational hazard." She winked. "Meet me by the 7th floor corridor after your last class. I'll find you." Harry's expression grew serious again. "Be careful, Tonks. Umbridge has her inquisitorial squad watching everything." "Let me worry about Umbridge." Tonks's hair shifted to fierce red. "You just keep that DA of yours going." "And Harry?" She paused. "I'm proud of you for fighting back. A flush crept up his neck. Thanks. For everything. The connection faded as Harry ended the spell, leaving Tonks staring at her own reflection in the mirror. The fierce protectiveness she'd felt at King's Cross had only intensified. More concerning were the newer feelings surfacing alongside it, admiration, affection, and something deeper she wasn't quite ready to name. Keep it professional, Tonks, she muttered to herself as she set the mirror aside. But even as she tried to sleep, her mind filled with plans, not just for teaching Harry occlumency, but for bringing down Dolores Umbridge. Friday arrived with dreary autumn rain lashing against the castle windows. Tonks, disguised as a stern-looking ministry official with salt and pepper hair and rectangular glasses, strode through Hogwarts entrance hall, clipboard in hand. Her official documentation, authorized by Scrimgeour himself, gave her access to inspect security protocols throughout the castle. She timed her arrival to coincide with the end of afternoon classes, when the halls would be crowded enough to provide cover. As students poured from classrooms, Tonks made her way to the 7th floor, maintaining her officious expression while scanning for any sign of Harry. She spotted him climbing the main staircase with Ron and Hermione, their heads bent in conversation. Without drawing attention, Tonks positioned herself near the corridor leading to the room of requirement and waited. Harry broke away from his friends with a casual excuse about needing to check something in the library. As he approached her position, Tonks stepped into his path. "Mr. Potter," she said crisply in her disguised voice. "Matilda Dearborn, Ministry Security Division. I have some questions about the incident during last year's tournament. Follow me, please." Harry played along perfectly, his expression shifting to wary resignation as he followed her down the corridor. Once they were alone, Tonks nodded to the blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. "This your secret room, then?" Harry nodded. "You have to walk past it 3 times, thinking about what you need." Together they paced before the wall, focusing on their need for a secure practice space. On the 3rd pass, an ornate door materialized from the stonework. Tonks let out a low whistle of appreciation. "Now that's impressive magic." They slipped inside to find a spacious room with cushioned floors, defensive spell books lining one wall, and practice dummies in the corner. A cheerful fire crackled in a hearth opposite the door, with comfortable armchairs nearby. Once the door closed behind them, Tonks morphed back to her natural appearance, though she kept her hair a subdued blue instead of her usual vibrant pink. "Watch her, Harry," she said with a grin. "Nice setup you've got here." The formal distance between them evaporated instantly. Harry's shoulders relaxed as he smiled back, relief evident in his posture. "It's good to see you," he said. "The real you, I mean. Charmer." Tonks winked, though she felt an unexpected flutter at his words. "How's the hand?" Harry extended it for her inspection. The words were still visible but significantly less inflamed. "Better. That Murtlap essence worked wonders." "And the nightmares?" His expression clouded. "Still happening. Had another one last night. Same corridor, but I got closer to the door this time." Tonks nodded grimly. "All the more reason to start proper occlumency training. Let's get to it." For the next hour, she guided Harry through the foundations of mental defense, visualization exercises, centering techniques, and the proper way to organize memories. Unlike Snape's brutal approach, Tonks emphasized building strength gradually. "The key is layers," she explained, sitting cross-legged across from Harry on the cushioned floor. "Imagine your mind as a fortress. You don't just build the outer wall and call it done. You create multiple defenses, moats, inner walls, traps." Harry followed her instructions, his face tight with concentration. Snape never explained any of this. He just shouts, "Clear your mind," then attacks. "Because he's a rubbish teacher," Tonks replied bluntly. "Brilliant at potions, sure, but teaching requires more than just knowledge. It requires caring whether your students actually learn." "Like you," Harry said unexpectedly. "You're a good teacher." The compliment caught her off guard. Thanks. I just remember what worked for me. Speaking of which. She drew her wand. Ready to try a gentle test. Nothing like Snape's battering ram approach, I promise. Harry nodded, bracing himself. Legilimens, Tonks whispered, keeping the spell deliberately light. She felt resistance immediately, not perfect, but far better than she expected for a beginner. Images flickered at the edges of her awareness, Harry flying his firebolt, Hermione arguing passionately about house elves, the Gryffindor common room. Tonks pulled back gently. Not bad. You've got natural barriers already. Harry looked surprised. Really? It felt like you got through easily. I only saw surface thoughts, recent, emotionally neutral memories. The important stuff stayed protected. She smiled encouragingly. Let's try again, but this time, focus on that fortress image when you feel me enter. They practiced for another half hour, with Harry showing remarkable improvement. By their final attempt, Tonks could only access the most superficial of thoughts. Brilliant, she exclaimed when they finished. You're a natural, Harry. If you practice these exercises daily, you'll develop solid defenses in no time. Harry beamed at the praise, a rare unguarded moment that transformed his face. It's easier when it's explained properly. He hesitated, then added, and when I'm not worried about the person teaching me using it against me. The simple trust in those words hit Tonks harder than she expected. I'd never do that, she said softly. I know. Their eyes met, and something electric passed between them. Tonks cleared her throat, suddenly aware of how close they'd shifted during practice. Right, well. We should probably wrap this up before your friends send a search party. Harry nodded, though he seemed reluctant to end the session. When can we do this again? I'll be back Monday. Official capacity again, following up on security concerns. She morphed briefly into her ministry persona. Same time, same place. I'll be here. As they prepared to leave, Tonks placed a hand on Harry's arm. One more thing. That DA of yours, it's exactly what students need right now. But be careful. Umbridge would love nothing more than to catch you breaking her decrees. We're taking precautions, Harry assured her. Hermione's brilliant with security charms. Good. Tonks hesitated, then added impulsively, maybe I could sit in sometime. In disguise, of course. Might have a few aura tricks to share. Harry's face lit up. That would be amazing. Everyone would flip to learn from a real aura. It'll be our secret, she said with a conspiratorial smile. For now, practice those mental exercises each night before bed. Should help with the nightmares too. They left the room of requirement separately, Tonks resuming her ministry disguise and heading toward Umbridge's office for her official security consultation. The meeting that followed tested every ounce of her self-control, as the toad-like woman simpered and boasted about her educational decrees and disciplinary methods. When Umbridge proudly showed her the blood quill used for encouraging truthful behavior, Tonks had to dig her fingernails into her palm to keep from hexing the woman on the spot. Most impressive, Madam Undersecretary, she forced herself to say. The minister will be pleased to hear of your thorough approach. Later, as Tonks made her way off Hogwarts grounds to the apparition point, her mind buzzed with contradictory emotions, pride in Harry's progress, rage at Umbridge's cruelty, and an increasing concern about her own tangled feelings for the green-eyed wizard she was supposed to be protecting professionally. Complicated doesn't begin to cover it, she muttered to herself as she disapparated. Over the following weeks, Tonks established a pattern of visits to Hogwarts, rotating between several different disguises to avoid suspicion. Twice weekly, she and Harry met in the room of requirement for a clemency practice, which expanded to include advanced defensive spells not covered in the Hogwarts curriculum. Harry's improvement was remarkable. Not only were his mental shields strengthening, but his confidence grew with each session. The haunted look that had troubled Tonks during their first Hogsmeade meeting began to fade, replaced by determined focus. One evening in late November, Tonks arrived at Hogwarts in a new disguise, a curly-haired witch with freckles and ministry educational consultant robes. As arranged through their mirror communication, she made her way to the 7th floor corridor just as DA members were arriving for their regular meeting. Harry had warned the group that a trusted adult would be observing today. As students filed past her into the room of requirement, many cast curious glances her way. Inside, Harry stood at the front of the room, looking both nervous and excited. When the door sealed behind the last member, he addressed the group. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet," he began. Tonks stepped forward, morphing from her disguise to her natural appearance with violet hair. "Watcher. Tonks, Auror and Order of the Phoenix member, at your service." Gasps and excited murmurs rippled through the room. Fred and George Weasley broke into spontaneous applause. "Brilliant!" Fred exclaimed. "An actual metamorphmagus." "And an Auror," added Angelina Johnson, looking impressed. Hermione approached Tonks with narrowed eyes. "Harry, are you sure about this?" "No offense," she added quickly to Tonks, "but the more people who know about the DA." "Tonks has been helping me with advanced defense for weeks," Harry explained. "She's the reason I've been improving so much." "Thought you all deserved to benefit too." Hermione still looked skeptical. "But if Umbridge finds out an Auror is involved?" "She won't," Tonks assured her, morphing her face through several different appearances rapidly. "Disguise is my specialty. Besides, I'm here officially checking educational standards according to my paperwork." This seemed to satisfy Hermione, who stepped back with a nod. "What will you be teaching us, then?" Tonks grinned. "Let's start with something practical, how to fight multiple opponents simultaneously. Something Aurors train for extensively." For the next hour, she worked with the DA members on defensive formations, shield variations, and tactical movement patterns. Harry assisted seamlessly, demonstrating techniques they'd practiced privately and helping correct others' form. Watching him move among his peers, patiently explaining wand work and offering encouragement, Tonks felt a swell of pride that surprised her with its intensity. This wasn't the withdrawn, haunted boy she'd met in Hogsmeade. This was a natural leader coming into his own. "He's good at this, isn't he?" Remus Lupin's voice startled Tonks from her thoughts. She turned to find him watching the practice from the doorway, a gentle smile on his tired face. "Remus. What are you doing here?" "Same as you, apparently. Providing some adult guidance to this admirable but risky endeavor." He nodded toward Harry. "Dumbledore asked me to check in occasionally, make sure they're not getting into too much trouble." "Does Harry know you've been watching?" Lupin shook his head. "First time I've managed to coordinate a visit. Been running errands for the Order." He studied her expression carefully. "You, however, seem quite familiar with the operation." Tonks felt herself flush slightly. "Just doing my job. Keeping an eye on security." "Of course," Lupin replied mildly, though his eyes held knowing amusement. "Your dedication is impressive." Before she could respond, Harry spotted Lupin and broke into a genuine smile. The session paused as he came over to greet his former professor. "Professor Lupin. You came." "I promised I would when I could," Lupin replied warmly. "And please, it's just Remus now. I haven't been your professor for some time." "You'll always be our best defense teacher," Harry said with such sincerity that Tonks felt her heart squeeze. Lupin looked touched. "Well, from what I've observed today, you're becoming quite the teacher yourself." The three of them watched as the DA members returned to practicing the formations Tonks had taught them. Working in trios, students cast shields and hexes in coordinated patterns, moving with increasing confidence. "They're getting good," Tonks commented. "Really good. Thanks to both of you, I'd wager," Lupin said, glancing between her and Harry with that same knowing look. The session concluded with enthusiastic thanks from the DA members, many begging Tonks to return for future lessons. As students filtered out in small groups, a security measure Harry had implemented, Tonks, Harry, and Lupin remained behind. "This is extraordinary work, Harry," Lupin said once they were alone. "You should be proud." Harry shrugged, though he couldn't hide his pleased expression. "It's just practical. We need to be ready for what's coming," Lupin finished gravely. "Yes, I'm afraid you do." He checked his watch. "I should report back to headquarters." "Tonks, will you be joining me?" "I've got a bit more security checking to do," she replied, avoiding his gaze. "I'll catch up later." Lupin nodded, his expression carefully neutral. "Of course. Harry, keep up the good work. Your parents would be extraordinarily proud." With a warm smile and a knowing glance at Tonks, he departed, leaving them alone in the room of requirement. As soon as the door closed, Harry's professional teacher demeanor melted away. He slumped into one of the armchairs by the fire, sudden exhaustion evident in every line of his body. "You all right?" Tonks asked, taking the chair opposite him. "Just tired." He ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "It takes a lot more energy than I expected, teaching." "You're brilliant at it," she said honestly. "The way you worked with Neville, breaking down that shield charm until he got it, that's proper teaching, that is." Harry looked pleased but embarrassed. "Thanks. Coming from you, that means a lot." He hesitated. "Do you think Lupin suspected anything about our private lessons?" Tonks thought about Remus's knowing glances. "Probably. Not much gets past him." She leaned forward. "Does it matter if he knows?" "I guess not." Harry frowned slightly. "It's just, I don't want anyone telling us to stop. These lessons with you, they're the only thing keeping me sane with Umbridge and everything else." The raw honesty in his voice caught Tonks off guard. "No one's going to stop us," she said firmly. "I'm not exactly following protocol myself, am I? Rogue Aurors and rebel students, that's us." That earned her a smile. "Partners in crime. Something like that." She returned his smile, ignoring the flutter in her chest at his use of the word partners. "Speaking of Umbridge," Harry said, his expression darkening, "she's getting worse. 3 first years had detention with her this week. Blood quills, just like me." Anger flared in Tonks's chest. "That's crossing a line. Using restricted dark artifacts on 11-year-olds. What can we do, though? She's got the Ministry behind her." "Not all of the Ministry," Tonks said thoughtfully. "I've been documenting everything, your hand, testimony from other students, the decrees. Building a case. For when Fudge finally admits Voldemort's back." "Exactly. When that happens, and it will, Umbridge goes down." Tonks's hair flared red with determination. "In the meantime, we keep teaching defense, keep students prepared." Harry nodded, then winced suddenly, pressing a hand to his scar. "Another headache?" Tonks asked, concern immediately replacing anger. "It's fine. Just happens sometimes when I'm tired. The occlumency exercises aren't helping." "They are, mostly. Dreams aren't as vivid. But when I'm awake and my guard is down." He shrugged. "The connection's still there." Tonks moved from her chair to kneel in front of him, gently taking his hands. "Let's try something different. Close your eyes." Harry obeyed, his face tight with pain. "I'm going to cast a mild calming charm, then guide you through a different visualization." She raised her wand. "Tranquillus." As the charm took effect, Harry's breathing deepened. Tonks kept her voice soft and steady. "Instead of fortress walls, imagine water, a deep, calm lake. Your thoughts are beneath the surface, protected by the depths. Voldemort's intrusions are like pebbles thrown from shore, they may cause ripples, but they can't reach what's hidden below." She continued guiding him through the visualization, watching as the tension gradually eased from his face. After several minutes, his eyes opened, showing surprise. That actually worked. The pain's almost gone. Different approach for different situations, Tonks explained. The fortress is good for sleep, when you need complete protection. The water works better during waking hours, flexible but still protective. Where did you learn that? Aura training? Tonks shook her head. My mum, actually. Being a black comes with certain mental vulnerabilities. Old family curses, tendency toward obsession. She taught me to protect my mind early. Harry studied her face with unexpected intensity. You never talk about your family. Not much to tell. Mum was disowned for marrying my muggle-born dad. I grew up pretty normal, all things considered. Apart from the whole face-changing thing. She morphed her nose into a pig snout, trying to lighten the mood. But Harry wasn't distracted. Your mum was a black. Like Sirius. First cousins, Tonks confirmed. Sirius was always her favorite, even after he ran away. Said they were the only sane ones in the family. So you and I are, what? Connected somehow? Tonks hadn't considered it that way before. I suppose we are, in that roundabout wizarding family way. Sirius is your godfather and my cousin, so that makes us. She trailed off, suddenly uncomfortable with the implied familial connection. Not related, Harry finished firmly. Not in any way that counts. Their eyes met, and something shifted in the air between them. Tonks became acutely aware that she was still kneeling in front of his chair, her hands resting on his knees. No, she agreed softly. Not in any way that counts. For a heartbeat, it seemed like Harry might lean forward, closing the distance between them. Then a clock chimed somewhere in the castle, breaking the spell. Tonks stood quickly, morphing her hair to a casual purple to hide her flushed cheeks. It's getting late. You should head back to your dormitory before curfew. Harry nodded, looking equal parts relieved and disappointed. Right. Thanks for today, both the DA session and... He gestured vaguely at his head. Anytime, she replied, meaning it more than she probably should. As they prepared to leave the room of requirement, Harry paused at the door. Hogsmeade weekend is coming up. Last one before Christmas break. I know. I'm scheduled for security patrol. Tonks avoided his gaze, focusing on adjusting her disguise back to the curly-haired ministry consultant. Will I see you? Not just official ministry Tonks, but, you. The hesitant hope in his voice made her resolve weaken. I'll find a way, she promised. I always do, don't I? His answering smile was worth whatever professional lines she was blurring. The December Hogsmeade weekend arrived with the first heavy snowfall of the season. Students trudged through ankle-deep snow toward the village, breath fogging in the crisp air as they chattered excitedly about Christmas shopping and butterbeer. Tonks, disguised as a cheerful-looking witch selling enchanted snow globes from a small shop, kept careful watch over the main street. Her position gave her perfect sight lines to the 3 broomsticks, honeydukes, and the path back to Hogwarts. Harry arrived with Ron and Hermione around midday, the trio huddled against the cold in scarves and winter cloaks. Through her enchanted spectacles, standard Auror surveillance equipment, Tonks could see Harry scanning the street, clearly looking for her. She caught his eye briefly and winked, touching her left earlobe, their prearranged signal. The small smile that crossed his face sent an unexpected warmth through her despite the freezing temperature. For the next hour, Tonks maintained her cover while keeping track of various student groups throughout the village. All seemed normal until she noticed something odd, a group of older wizards who didn't quite fit with the usual Hogsmeade crowd. Their movements were too purposeful, their attention too focused on the students. Alarm bells rang in Tonks's mind. She activated her emergency Auror communication device, a charmed galleon similar to what Hermione had created for the DA. Possible hostile presence, main village, she murmured into it. For subjects, coordinated movement pattern. Confirm location, came Dolish's response through the charmed coin. Outside Scrivenshafts, moving toward 3 broomsticks. Dark cloaks, early 40s to 50s, maintaining tactical spacing. Hold position. Back up en route. Tonks continued her surveillance, casually packing away some of her snow globes as if preparing to close shop while keeping the suspects in view. The men had now positioned themselves strategically around the 3 broomsticks, exactly where Harry and his friends had entered earlier. This was no coincidence. Somehow, Death Eaters had infiltrated Hogsme despite the increased security. Worse, they seemed to know exactly where Harry was. Tonks made a split-second decision. She abandoned her stall and moved toward the pub, simultaneously changing her appearance to blend with the crowd of students. She needed to extract Harry without alerting the suspects. She had just reached the pub door when the first explosion hit. The ground shook as a blast rocked the far end of the street. Screams erupted as students and villagers scrambled for cover. Through the chaos, Tonks saw the 4 men draw their wands, dark masks materializing over their faces. Death Eaters, in broad daylight. The pub door burst open as panicked patrons rushed out. Tonks pushed against the tide, searching frantically for Harry. She spotted him moving in the opposite direction of the crowd, Ron and Hermione flanking him, all 3 with wands drawn. "Harry," she shouted, abandoning her disguise. He turned, eyes widening as he recognized her. Before either could move, a second explosion tore through the street between them, sending debris and snow flying. When the dust cleared, Tonks saw Harry dragging an injured Ron toward cover while Hermione cast shields against flying debris. The Death Eaters were advancing, casting curses indiscriminately into the crowd. Tonks sprinted toward them, dodging spells and terrified students. "Aura department," she bellowed, firing stunning spells at the nearest attacker. "Take cover." One Death Eater fell to her stunner, but the others turned their attention toward her, recognizing the threat. Curses flew in her direction, forcing her to dive behind an overturned cart. Across the street, she saw Harry and Hermione pulling Ron into the shelter of a narrow alleyway. Blood stained the snow where they'd been. Ron had clearly been hit by something nasty. Tonks needed to reach them, but 3 Death Eaters stood in her way, and backup hadn't arrived yet. She'd have to create a diversion. With quick wand work, she transfigured the snow around her into a swarm of birds that flew at the attackers' faces, temporarily blinding them. In that moment of confusion, she sprinted across the street, casting shield charms as she ran. "Harry!" she called as she reached the alley. "Status." "Ron's hit," Harry replied grimly, pressing his scarf against a deep gash in Ron's leg. "Some kind of slicing hex." Hermione slowed the bleeding, "but he needs a healer." Hermione looked up, face pale but determined. "I can't apparate yet, or I'd take him straight to St. Mungo's." "We need to get out of here," Tonks said, glancing back at the street where the Death Eaters had recovered from her bird attack. "They're after you, Harry." This was coordinated. "How did they know we'd be here?" Hermione asked, her voice shaking slightly. "Someone tipped them off. But we'll worry about that later." Tonks peered around the corner, assessing their options. "The path back to Hogwarts is cut off. We need an alternative route." "Shrieking Shack," Harry said immediately. "There's a tunnel that leads back to the Whomping Willow on school grounds. We can get Ron through that way." Tonks nodded. "Perfect. I'll cover our retreat. Harry, you and Hermione get Ron to the tunnel entrance. I'll be right behind you." As Harry and Hermione levitated Ron between them, Tonks positioned herself at the alley entrance. The Death Eaters were methodically searching buildings, clearly hunting for Harry. "On my signal," she whispered. 3, 2, 1, now." Tonks burst from the alley, casting a massive smoke screen that engulfed the entire street. Under its cover, Harry and Hermione rushed toward the edge of the village with Ron suspended between them. The Death Eaters reacted immediately, firing curses through the smoke. Tonks deflected what she could while retreating backward, maintaining the cover for as long as possible. A cutting curse sliced through her defenses, opening a gash along her upper arm. She hissed in pain but kept moving, determined to give Harry enough time to reach safety. When she estimated they'd gained sufficient distance, Tonks dropped the smoke screen and cast one final spell, a powerful concussive blast that knocked the nearest Death Eater off his feet. Then she turned and sprinted after Harry and the others. She caught up to them at the fence surrounding the shrieking shack. Ron was conscious but pale, his leg hastily bandaged with torn robes. "They're coming," Tonks warned, helping Hermione maneuver Ron over the fence. "We've got maybe 2 minutes." Harry led them around to a hidden entrance at the back of the dilapidated building. The door creaked open to reveal a dusty, decrepit interior. Without hesitation, they carried Ron inside and down to the tunnel entrance. "It's a tight fit," Harry explained, lighting his wand to illuminate the narrow passage. "And a long crawl." "No choice," Tonks replied, sealing the entrance behind them with powerful locking charms. "Get moving. I'll bring up the rear." The journey through the tunnel was arduous. Ron's muffled groans echoed in the confined space as they half-dragged, half-carried him along. Tonks kept glancing back, expecting pursuit at any moment, but her charms seemed to be holding. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, they reached the tunnel's end. Harry explained about the knot on the Whomping Willow that would immobilize the violent tree. "I'll go," Hermione volunteered, crawling ahead. Moments later, the tunnel entrance widened as the tree's thrashing ceased. They emerged into the fading daylight of Hogwarts grounds, Ron barely conscious between Harry and Tonks. "We need to get him to the hospital wing," Harry panted. They made their way across the grounds as quickly as possible with their injured burden. Tonks kept her wand ready, scanning constantly for threats, but the castle loomed before them, sanctuary within reach. Madame Pomfrey's shock at their appearance quickly gave way to professional efficiency as she directed them to place Ron on a hospital bed. She worked swiftly, applying healing potions to the curse wound while asking rapid-fire questions about what had caused it. "Death Eaters," Harry explained grimly. "In Hogsmeade. They were waiting for us." Pomfrey's eyes widened, but she continued working. "I need to inform the headmaster immediately. This curse damage is serious, dark magic." "I'll go," Hermione volunteered, looking relieved to have something useful to do. As she hurried out, Tonks became aware of a warm trickle down her arm. The adrenaline had masked the pain of her own injury, but now the gash was bleeding freely again. Harry noticed at the same time. "You're hurt." "It's nothing," she insisted. "Just a scratch." But Harry was already leading her to a nearby bed, his expression brooking no argument. "Sit. Let me look at it." Too exhausted to protest, Tonks sat and allowed him to help remove her jacket, revealing the deep cut across her upper arm. "Some scratch," he muttered, grabbing a clean cloth and dipping it in the bowl of healing solution Pomfrey had left on the adjacent table. "Hold still." His touch was surprisingly gentle as he cleaned the wound. Tonks watched his face, noting the intense concentration in his eyes, the firm set of his jaw. "You've done this before," she observed. "Had plenty of practice," he replied without looking up. "Usually on myself, though." Something in his tone made her heart ache. "Harry, you shouldn't have been there," he interrupted, voice tight. "You could have been killed because of me." "I was there because it's my job," she corrected firmly. "As an Auror and an Order member." "Is that the only reason?" The question hung between them, loaded with unspoken implications. Tonks looked at Harry, really looked at him. Despite the grime and blood smeared across his face, despite his youth, what she saw was a young man who had faced death repeatedly and still stood his ground. Who had rushed to defend his friends without hesitation. Who was now tending her wound with the same care he'd shown Ron. "No," she admitted softly. "It's not the only reason." His hand stilled against her arm. Their eyes met, and this time there was no clock to interrupt, no excuse to pull away. I would have come even if it wasn't my job, she continued, heart pounding. Because the hospital wing doors burst open as Professor McGonagall swept in, followed by Hermione and, to Tonks's dismay, Dolores Umbridge. Absolutely unconscionable attack, McGonagall was saying sharply. Mr. Weasley will need to be transferred to St. Mungo's immediately. Now, Minerva, Umbridge simpered, though her eyes were cold as they fixed on Harry and Tonks. Let's not be hasty. We still don't know exactly what happened. These students have a history of exaggeration. Tonks stood, ignoring the pain in her arm. There's no exaggeration, Madam Umbridge. I was there on official Auror business. For Death Eaters attacked Hogsmeade Village, specifically targeting Harry Potter. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. Auror Tonks, isn't it? How convenient that you happened to be present. And why, may I ask, were you not in uniform? One might almost think you were there for personal reasons. The insinuation was clear. Before Tonks could respond, Harry stepped forward. Auror Tonks saved our lives, he said firmly. Ron would be dead if not for her. Indeed. Umbridge's gaze flicked between them, clearly noting their proximity, the bloodied cloth in Harry's hand, Tonks's exposed arm. Well, I shall need full reports from all of you. The Ministry will want to investigate this incident thoroughly. The headmaster has already been informed, McGonagall interjected. He's contacting the Auror department officially. How efficient. Umbridge's smile didn't reach her eyes. In the meantime, I believe Auror Tonks should report to the Ministry immediately. Her presence here is no longer required, now that the students are safely returned. It was a dismissal, thinly veiled as protocol. Tonks recognized the strategic move. Umbridge was separating her from Harry, limiting their contact. Of course, she replied professionally. I'll submit my report to Auror headquarters immediately. She turned to Harry. Thank you for your assistance with my injury, Mr. Potter. Your quick thinking today was admirable. Harry looked like he wanted to protest, but understanding dawned in his eyes. This was not the time to reveal the depth of their connection, not with Umbridge watching like a hawk. Just returning the favor, he said with careful neutrality. Thanks for getting us back safely. As Tonks gathered her jacket, she caught Umbridge studying them with calculated interest. The woman was dangerous, not in the same way as Death Eaters, perhaps, but potentially just as damaging. She had the power to make Harry's life at Hogwarts even more miserable, and she clearly suspected something between them. Professor McGonagall, I'll need to use your fleur to contact headquarters, Tonks said, turning away from Harry with effort. Of course. McGonagall's tight expression suggested she understood exactly what was happening. I'll escort you myself. As they left the hospital wing, Tonks risked one final glance back. Harry stood beside Ron's bed, his face a careful mask of indifference. But his eyes told a different story, concern, frustration, and something deeper that made her heart race despite the danger. Whatever was growing between them, Umbridge had just made it considerably more complicated. The Death Eater attack on Hogsmeade made front-page headlines in the Daily Prophet, though the Ministry's official statement conspicuously avoided using the term Death Eaters, instead referring to masked extremists. Fudge continued to deny Voldemort's return, suggesting the attack was the work of anti-Ministry radicals. For Tonks, the aftermath brought intense scrutiny. Her presence in Hogsmeade raised questions among Ministry officials loyal to Fudge. Only Scrimgeour's intervention, reminding them that she was there on official assignment, prevented formal disciplinary action. Watch yourself, Tonks, he warned after defending her in a closed-door meeting. Umbridge has the minister's ear, and she's asking questions about your interest in Potter. The implied message was clear, her professional reputation was at stake. For 2 weeks following the attack, Tonks was deliberately assigned duties that kept her away from Hogwarts. Her communication with Harry was limited to brief, careful exchanges through their mirrors, always aware that discovery could have serious consequences for both of them. Umbridge is watching me constantly, Harry reported during one such conversation, his voice a whisper in the darkness of his dormitory. Filch follows me between classes. The inquisitorial squad randomly searches my belongings. She suspects something, Tonks agreed. We need to be more careful. Or more creative, Harry suggested, a familiar determination in his eyes even through the small mirror. The DA is still meeting. We've doubled security protocols. Good. Tonks hesitated. Harry, about what happened in the hospital wing, before we were interrupted, I know, he said quickly. Bad timing. The worst, she agreed with a small smile. Listen, I've been thinking. Christmas break is coming up. You'll be at Grimmauld Place with Sirius, right? That's the plan. Unless Dumbledore changes his mind again. We'll have more freedom to talk there. Away from Umbridge spies. She didn't mention that they'd also face scrutiny from Order members, particularly Molly Weasley, who would have definite opinions about their growing closeness. I'd like that, Harry said softly. Their conversations continued this way through mid-December, stolen moments of connection through enchanted mirrors, carefully avoiding topics that might be overheard by roommates or colleagues. Then, 3 days before the Christmas break, everything changed. Tonks was working late at the ministry when her mirror activated unexpectedly. Harry's face appeared, pale and drawn in the dim light. I need help, he whispered urgently. Mr. Weasley's been attacked. Snake. Department of Mysteries. I saw it happen. Tonks felt her blood run cold. When? How do you know? Just now. In my sleep. I was the snake, Tonks. I attacked him. The raw anguish in his voice was heartbreaking. Dumbledore believed me, sent people to find him, but I need, where are you now? She interrupted, already grabbing her cloak. Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore sent all the Weasleys and me by portkey. His voice broke slightly. Tonks, there was so much blood. I'm coming, she said immediately. Hold on, Harry. Just hold on. She apparat directly to the steps of Grimmauld Place, not caring who might see her. Inside, the house was in chaotic motion, Molly and the children presumably at St. Mungo's, while Sirius paced the kitchen, looking grim. Where's Harry? Tonks demanded without preamble. Sirius looked up, unsurprised by her arrival. Upstairs. 3rd floor bathroom. He's not doing well. Tonks took the stairs 2 at a time. She found Harry sitting on the bathroom floor, back against the wall, knees drawn up to his chest. His face was ashen, eyes haunted. Harry, she said softly, closing the door behind her. He looked up, relief washing over his features. You came. Of course I did. She knelt beside him, taking in his appearance, the sweat-soaked t-shirt, the trembling hands, the raw fear in his eyes. Tell me what happened. Everything. In halting sentences, Harry described his dream, how he'd been inside Nagini's body, how he'd felt the urge to bite Arthur Weasley, how he'd experienced pleasure at the attack. As he spoke, he grew more agitated. It wasn't just seeing it, Tonks. I was the snake. I wanted to bite him. I enjoyed it. His voice cracked. What's happening to me? Instead of answering immediately, Tonks did what he clearly needed most, she pulled him into her arms, holding him tightly as he broke down. His body shook with suppressed sobs as she stroked his hair, murmuring reassurances. You're not turning dark, she said firmly when his breathing had steadied. This connection with Voldemort, it's not who you are. It's something happening to you, not something you're doing. But I felt it. The desire to attack, to kill. Those were his feelings, not yours. Tonks pulled back slightly to look him in the eyes. The real you is the one who immediately told Dumbledore, who's sick about Mr. Weasley being hurt. The real you is sitting here torturing yourself over something you had no control over. Harry's expression was desperate, searching her face for reassurance. What if it happens again? What if next time it's Ron, or Hermione, or, he swallowed hard. Or you? It won't come to that, she promised. We'll figure this out. The occlumency training will help. And I'm not going anywhere. Slowly, the tension began to ease from Harry's body. He leaned his head against her shoulder, exhaustion finally overtaking fear. Arthur's going to be okay, Tonks continued, stroking his hair gently. They found him in time because of you. You saved his life tonight. I just want it to stop, he whispered. All of it. I know. She pressed her cheek against the top of his head. I know. They stayed that way for a long time, sitting on the bathroom floor as the house creaked around them. Eventually, Harry's breathing deepened, his body growing heavier against hers as he drifted into an exhausted sleep. Carefully, Tonks adjusted their position so his head rested in her lap. She continued running her fingers through his hair, a protective gesture that soothed them both. The bathroom door creaked open slowly. Sirius peered in, his expression softening at the sight of them. How is he? He whispered. Sleeping, finally, Tonks replied quietly. He's been through hell tonight. Sirius nodded, studying them with knowing eyes. You're good for him, you know. In ways the rest of us can't be. Tonks felt herself blush slightly. I'm just doing what anyone would do. No, Sirius contradicted gently. You're not. Most people see the boy who lived or Dumbledore's protege or James Potter's son. You see just Harry. He paused. It's what he's needed all along. Before Tonks could respond, Sirius continued. The others are back from St. Mungo's. Arthur's stable, going to pull through. I'll tell them Harry's asleep and shouldn't be disturbed. Thanks, Sirius. He gave her a crooked smile. No need to thank me. Just. He hesitated. Be careful with him, Nymphadora. Not because he's young or because of what anyone else might think. But because his heart's been broken enough times already. The quiet warning hit Tonks harder than any lecture about propriety could have. I know, she whispered. After Sirius left, Tonks gazed down at Harry's sleeping face, finally peaceful in exhaustion. The line between professional duty and personal feeling had blurred beyond recognition. She could no longer pretend she was merely protecting Harry Potter, chosen one. Somewhere along the way, she'd fallen for just Harry, brave, damaged, extraordinary Harry. And that changed everything. Christmas at Grimmauld Place brought a temporary respite. With Arthur Weasley recovering at St. Mungo's, the mood was subdued but grateful. Harry gradually emerged from the shell of fear and guilt that had enveloped him after the vision, though Tonks noticed he still watched Ron with haunted eyes sometimes, as if afraid of what he might do to his friend. Their private moments were few and carefully orchestrated. A brief conversation in the library while the others decorated the sitting room. A quiet cup of tea in the kitchen at dawn when neither could sleep. Small touches as they passed in hallways, a brush of fingers, a squeeze of a shoulder. On Christmas Eve, Tonks volunteered for guard duty at Grimmauld Place, giving the other Order members a chance to celebrate with family. She found Harry alone in the drawing room long after the others had gone to bed, staring into the dying fire. Happy Christmas, she said softly, joining him on the sofa. It's past midnight. He smiled, the firelight casting warm shadows across his face. Happy Christmas. He reached into his pocket and produced a small, wrapped package. I got you something. Surprised and touched, Tonks took the gift. Inside was a delicate silver chain with a pendant, a small, perfect chameleon crafted in iridescent metal that shifted colors in the light. Harry, she breathed. It's beautiful. Saw it in a shop in Hogsme, before the attack. He looked suddenly uncertain. Do you like it? I thought, because you can change how you look. I love it, she said honestly, immediate sliding the chain over her head. The chameleon pendant rested just below her collarbone, its colors morphing to match her currently purple hair. It's perfect. She reached into her own pocket and pulled out a small package. Great minds think alike. Harry unwrapped it carefully to reveal a leather wrist cuff with protective runes burned into its surface. It's got shield charms woven into the leather, Tonks explained as he examined it. Not as strong as a proper shield charm, but it'll give you an extra second or two to react in a fight. And this, she pointed to a small silver emblem embedded in the leather, will warm up if someone with ill intent is nearby. Harry immediately fastened it around his wrist. Brilliant, he said, genuinely delighted. Does it work on toads in pink cardigans? Tonks laughed. Absolutely. Especially effective against those. Their eyes met over their gifts, and the air between them seemed to thicken with unspoken words. Tonks was acutely aware of how alone they were, how close they sat on the sofa, how easy it would be to close the distance. The drawing room door creaked, breaking the moment. They both looked up to find Sirius standing in the doorway, an unreadable expression on his face. Don't mind me, he said, raising his hands. Just looking for that book Remus lent me. He crossed to the bookshelf, his back to them as he searched the volumes. Tonks felt herself blush, though they'd done nothing wrong. Beside her, Harry seemed equally flustered. Found it, Sirius announced, turning with a book in hand. He paused, noticing their gifts. Nice presents. Thanks, they said in unison, then glanced at each other with small smiles. Sirius observed them for a moment longer, then nodded slightly, whether in approval or simple acknowledgement, Tonks couldn't tell. Don't stay up too late, he said finally. Molly's planning a full Christmas feast tomorrow. With that, he left them alone once more. The interruption had changed the atmosphere. The intimate moment had passed, replaced by a comfortable companionship. They talked quietly for another hour, about the DA, about Tonks's Auror training, about their hopes for the new year. When Harry finally yawned, Tonks suggested they both get some sleep. At the bottom of the stairs, they paused. Thank you, Harry said suddenly. For the gift, but also, for everything else. For seeing me when no one else does. Tonks touched the chameleon pendant at her throat. Goes both ways, you know. You see me too, not just the clumsy metamorphmagus or the rookie Auror. Harry reached out slowly, taking her hand. For a brief, perfect moment, they stood there connected, understanding flowing between them. Then Tonks leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. Good night, Harry, she whispered. Happy Christmas. His eyes were bright as she pulled away. Happy Christmas, Tonks. That night, as she lay in bed touching the color-changing pendant, Tonks made a decision. When they returned to Hogwarts and the Ministry after the break, things would be different. No more pretending her feelings were simply protective or professional. No more hiding behind duty and protocol. Whatever was growing between them deserved a chance, deserved honesty. The world was darkening around them, or approaching like storm clouds on the horizon. If this connection was real, if it offered even a small light against that darkness, she would fight for it. No matter what anyone else thought. January brought bitter cold to Hogwarts and a new level of scrutiny from Umbridge. After the Christmas break, Educational Decree No. 27 forbade teachers from giving students any information not strictly related to their subjects. Another decree followed restricting student gatherings to 5 or fewer people, effectively targeting the DA. Tonks, now under direct supervision from Umbridge's Ministry allies, found her Hogwarts access severely limited. Her security assignment was officially reassessed, with Dawlish taking over the rotation. Only by volunteering for Hogsmeade patrol duty did she maintain any professional reason to be near the school. Their mirror communications became their lifeline, with Harry calling late at night from behind the curtains of his four-poster bed. She's got spies everywhere, he reported grimly during one such call in late January. The inquisitorial squad can take points now. Anything remotely connected to Dumbledore gets you detention. The DA? Tonks asked. Still meeting, but we've had to get creative. Smaller groups, rotating schedules. His expression brightened slightly. Everyone mastered the Patronus charm last week. You should have seen Neville's face when his finally formed. Pride swelled in Tonks's chest. That's advanced magic, Harry. Newt-level stuff. I had a good teacher for my Patronus, he replied, the implied compliment making her smile. His own stag Patronus was powerful enough to drive away 100 Dementors, a feat she'd heard about from Remus. Listen, she said, lowering her voice though she was alone in her flat. I've arranged to be in Hogsmeade this weekend. Official patrol, but I'll have some free time. Think you can slip away? Harry nodded eagerly. Definitely. Ron and Hermione are planning to spend the day together anyway. He hesitated. There's something I need to talk to you about. Something important. Everything okay? It's about these dreams, the ones about the Department of Mysteries corridor. They're getting more specific. I think. He glanced around, making sure his dormmates were still asleep. I think Voldemort's looking for something there. Something important. Tonks's aura instincts sharpened. We'll discuss it Saturday. In the meantime, keep practicing your occlumency. Every night, he promised. It's helping with the worst of the dreams. They said their goodnights, and Tonks set the mirror aside, troubled by this new development. The Department of Mysteries housed the Ministry's most dangerous secrets. If Voldemort wanted something there badly enough to repeatedly project visions to Harry, it couldn't be good. Saturday dawned crisp and clear, perfect weather for a Hogsmeade visit. Tonks arrived early, dressed in plain auror robes for her official patrol but wearing her chameleon pendant beneath them. She'd arranged to meet Harry at a small, rarely visited tea shop on the outskirts of the village, less crowded than the Three Broomsticks and not as coupling-focused as Madame Poudafoots. The bell over the door jingled as Harry entered, wrapped in his winter cloak with a Gryffindor scarf concealing the lower half of his face against the cold. His eyes lit up when he spotted her at a corner table, and Tonks felt that now familiar flutter in her chest. "Watcher," she greeted as he slid into the seat across from her. "Nice scarf technique. Very mysterious." Harry unwound the scarf, revealing a grin. "Borrowed it from Fred and George's disguise kit. Magically makes your face forgettable to casual observers." "Clever," Tonks approved, impressed. The twins should market that to the Aura department. A comfortable warmth settled between them as they ordered tea and scones. For a few precious minutes, they chatted about ordinary things, Tonks's latest clumsy incident at the Ministry, tripping over Fudge's wastepaper basket during a briefing, Harry's Quidditch ban, still in effect despite the team's abysmal performance without him. Then, as they finished their first cup of tea, Harry's expression grew serious. "I need to tell you about these dreams," he said, voice low. Tonks cast a subtle muffliato charm around their table. "Go on." Harry described his recurring dreams in detail, the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries, the door he now could open in the dreams, the circular room with multiple doors beyond, and finally, a hall filled with glowing orbs on shelves. "It's like a library," he explained, "but instead of books, there are these glass spheres. In the dream, I, or Voldemort, is looking for a specific one. Something that belongs to him, but he can't get it himself." Tonks felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter day. "These orbs, they sound like prophecy records. The Department of Mysteries stores all prophecies ever made." "Prophecies?" Harry repeated, brow furrowing. "Like divination. Real prophecies, not the rubbish Trelawney teaches." Tonks leaned forward. "Harry, if Voldemort is fixated on a prophecy, it must be significant, something that could help him or hurt him in a major way. But why show me? Why let me see his thoughts? Maybe he's not letting you. Maybe the connection works both ways." Tonks considered the implications. "Or maybe. Maybe what? Maybe he wants you to see. Maybe it's bait. Harry's eyes widened with understanding. A trap. Possibly. Tonks reached across the table, taking his hand. Harry, you need to tell Dumbledore everything you've told me. This goes beyond our occlumency practice. To her surprise, Harry's expression hardened. I've tried. He won't even look at me, remember? Sends me to Snape instead, who's making things worse, not better. The bitterness in his voice was justified, but concerning. Then tell Sirius. Or McGonagall. Someone who has direct access to Dumbledore. Harry nodded reluctantly. I will. It's just. He squeezed her hand. You're the only one who really listens. Who doesn't treat me like I'm either made of glass or a walking time bomb. The naked honesty in his voice made Tonks's heart ache. She understood now why their connection had deepened so quickly, despite their age difference and disparate positions. They both knew what it was like to be seen for what others thought they were, rather than who they actually were. I'll always listen, she promised softly. And I'll always tell you the truth, even when it's hard. Something shifted in Harry's expression, a vulnerability, a decision being made. I need to tell you something else. Something I haven't told anyone. What is it? There is a prophecy about me. His voice was barely above a whisper now. Made before I was born. Dumbledore heard it. It's why Voldemort came after me as a baby. Tonks felt her blood run cold. What did it say? I don't know exactly. Dumbledore won't tell me the whole thing. Harry's jaw tightened. Just that it marked me as the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. That's why my parents died, they were protecting me because of this prophecy. The implications were staggering. If Voldemort had only heard part of the prophecy originally, he might be seeking the full version now, a version that could only be retrieved from the Department of Mysteries by the people it concerned. Harry, Tonks said carefully, if there's a prophecy about you and Voldemort, only the two of you can remove it from the Department of Mysteries. That's how prophecy security works. Understanding dawned in his eyes. So if Voldemort wants it, he either has to break into the Ministry himself, or lure me there to get it for him, Harry finished grimly. They sat in heavy silence for a moment, the cheerful atmosphere of the tea shop at odds with the dark realization between them. We need to be extremely careful, Tonks finally said. These dreams, they're not just random. They're either his actual plans or a deliberate plant to manipulate you. Harry nodded, absently rubbing the leather cuff on his wrist, her Christmas gift. I'll redouble the occlumency. And I'll find a way to tell Dumbledore, even if I have to camp outside his office. Good. Tonks hesitated, then added, Harry, if you ever feel an overwhelming urge to go to the Department of Mysteries, for any reason, promise you'll contact me first. I promise. He looked up, his green eyes intense. You do the same. If you hear anything about Ministry security or Death Eater movements near there. Deal. With the heavy topic addressed, they finished their tea in companionable conversation, deliberately shifting to lighter subjects. As they prepared to leave, Tonks noticed Harry watching her with an odd expression. What? She asked, checking her reflection in a spoon to make sure her nose hadn't morphed into something ridiculous without her noticing. I was just thinking, he said slowly, about how different things would be without you. These past months, you've been the one constant when everything else was falling apart. The simple honesty of his statement caught Tonks off guard. I could say the same about you, she replied softly. You've reminded me why I became an Auror in the first place. Not for ministry politics or career advancement, but to protect what matters. They walked to the shop door together. Outside, the winter sun cast long shadows across the snow-covered street. Students wandered in small groups between shops, their breath fogging in the cold air. I should get back to my patrol, Tonks said reluctantly. Harry nodded. And I should find Ron and Hermione before they send out a search party. He hesitated, then asked, "When will I see you again?" "I'm not sure," she admitted. "Umbridge has made Hogwarts visits nearly impossible. But we have the mirrors. It's not the same." "No," she agreed. "It's not." They stood facing each other, neither wanting to be the first to leave. Around them, the village of Hogsmeade continued its Saturday bustle, unaware of the moment suspended between them. Then Harry did something unexpected. He leaned forward and brushed his lips against hers, a brief, gentle touch that ended almost as soon as it began. "Sorry," he whispered, pulling back with uncertainty in his eyes. "I shouldn't have." Tonks didn't let him finish. She closed the distance between them again, kissing him properly this time, still gentle, but deliberate. His hands came up to rest lightly on her waist as he returned the kiss with equal tenderness. When they parted, both were slightly breathless despite the kiss's softness. Tonks knew her hair had likely shifted to bright pink without her conscious control, a dead giveaway of her emotional state. "Don't apologize," she said quietly. "I've wanted to do that for a while now." A smile spread across Harry's face, not the cautious, guarded smile she usually saw, but something genuine and unrestrained. "Me too." Reality intruded as a group of students rounded the corner nearby. Tonks stepped back, resuming her professional demeanor though she couldn't quite suppress her smile. "We'll talk tonight," she promised. "Mirror call." Harry nodded, rewrapping his scarf around the lower half of his face. "Tonight," he agreed, eyes still bright with happiness. As he walked away, joining the flow of students heading back toward Hogwarts, Tonks touched her lips briefly. That simple kiss had confirmed what she'd suspected for months now: whatever was growing between them was real, and worth protecting. But as she resumed her patrol, a nagging worry resurfaced. Voldemort's interest in the Department of Mysteries, Prophecies, Harry's dreams. The pieces were forming a pattern, and not a reassuring one. Something was building toward a confrontation, and Harry would inevitably be at its center. Tonks touched the chameleon pendant at her throat, its colors shifting between pink and determined red. Whatever came next, she would be ready. Not just as an Auror or Order member, but as someone who had found something unexpected and precious in the midst of gathering darkness. Someone who would do anything to protect it. The weeks that followed brought escalating tensions at Hogwarts. Umbridge's tyranny reached new heights with Educational Decree No. 28, giving her the authority to inspect all incoming and outgoing mail. The DA was forced to communicate through enchanted coins, and Harry's mirror calls to Tonks became increasingly brief and secretive. Despite these challenges, they maintained their connection. Tonks managed occasional visits to Hogsmeade, always under professional pretense but with precious minutes carved out for Harry. Their relationship deepened through these stolen moments and late-night conversations, building on the foundation of trust they'd established. Then came the betrayal. Tonks was working late at the ministry when the emergency alert went out: unauthorized intrusion at Hogwarts, Aurors requested for backup. Her blood ran cold as she sprinted to the apparition point, fearing the worst: Death Eaters, an attack, Harry in danger. What she found instead was chaos of a different sort. Dumbledore was gone, fled after taking responsibility for the now exposed Dumbledore's army. Umbridge had been installed as headmistress by ministerial decree. And Harry and his friends were being interrogated in her office. Tonks arrived with Kingsley and 2 other Aurors, officially responding to the emergency call but inwardly frantic about Harry's situation. They were escorted to Umbridge's office by a smug Filch, where they found a disturbing scene. Harry sat rigid in a chair before Umbridge's desk, his face impassive but eyes burning with controlled fury. Ron, Hermione, and several other DA members were restrained by members of the Inquisitorial Squad. A piece of parchment lay on Umbridge's desk, the DA membership list, with Dumbledore's army emblazoned across the top in Hermione's neat handwriting. "Ah, Aurors." "Excellent," Umbridge simpered, her toad-like face alight with vindictive pleasure. "You're just in time to witness the disciplinary proceedings against these students who formed an illegal organization right under our noses." Tonks kept her expression professionally neutral despite the rage building inside her. "We were informed of an intrusion, headmistress. A security breach." "Oh yes, a breach of the most serious kind," Umbridge agreed, gesturing to the parchment. "A conspiracy against the ministry itself, led by Mr. Potter here." She smiled at Harry with false sweetness. "Isn't that right, Mr. Potter?" Harry said nothing, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Tonks could see a red mark on his cheek that looked suspiciously like a slap. "The minister has been informed," Umbridge continued. "He's authorized exemplary punishment to make an example of the ringleaders." Alarm flared through Tonks. "What sort of punishment?" "That is a matter for the headmistress to determine," said a new voice from the doorway. Percy Weasley entered, looking officious in his ministry robes. "The minister has granted full disciplinary authority in this matter." Umbridge's smile widened unpleasantly. "Indeed he has. And I believe the situation calls for a demonstration of consequences." She drew her wand, pointing it at Harry. Perhaps the Cruciatus curse would loosen Mr. Potter's tongue regarding Dumbledore's whereabouts. Shock rippled through the room. Even the Slytherin students looked uncomfortable now. "That's an unforgivable curse," Tonks said sharply, stepping forward. "Illegal under any circumstances, particularly against a minor. Sometimes extraordinary measures are required for the security of the ministry," Umbridge replied, her voice hardening. "Stand aside, Auror Tonks. This is above your authority." Kingsley placed a warning hand on Tonks's arm, his expression conveying a clear message: "Don't blow your cover." The order needed its ministry connections intact. But as Umbridge raised her wand higher, something in Tonks snapped. Cover be damned. She wouldn't stand by and watch Harry tortured, regardless of the consequences. Just as she was about to intervene, Hermione spoke up desperately. "Wait. I'll tell you where Dumbledore went. He was building a weapon. In the Forbidden Forest." Her voice shook convincingly. "We can show you." Umbridge lowered her wand slightly, suspicious but interested. "A weapon? What kind of weapon?" "Something to use against the ministry," Hermione improvised. "But only Harry and I know where it is." It was a transparent attempt to get Harry away from immediate danger, but Umbridge's paranoia made her receptive to the ruse. "Very well," she said after a moment's consideration. "You two will take me to this weapon immediately. The rest will remain here under guard until we return." She turned to the Aurors. "You are to remain as well, to ensure order is maintained." Tonks caught Harry's eye as Umbridge herded him and Hermione toward the door. He gave her the slightest of nods, a signal that he had a plan. She had to trust him. After they left, Tonks positioned herself near the door, trying to think of a way to help the remaining students without compromising her position entirely. She didn't have to wait long for an opportunity. A sudden commotion erupted from the corridor, shouting, a loud bang, then the unmistakable sounds of Peeves the poltergeist wreaking havoc. Percy rushed to investigate, followed by two of the inquisitorial squad members. In the momentary confusion, Tonks made her move. A silent, wandless confundus charm directed at Malfoy caused him to release Ginny Weasley's arms. A second later, Ginny had retrieved her wand from the desk and stunned the nearest Slytherin. The room erupted into chaos. Tonks accidentally tripped into Crabbe, sending both of them crashing into Goyle. Ron seized the opportunity to grab his wand, quickly freeing Neville and Luna. "Auror Tonks!" Percy shouted as he returned, seeing the DA members now armed and facing off against the disorganized inquisitorial squad. "Control this situation immediately." "Trying my best," Tonks replied, making a show of attempting to separate the groups while actually ensuring the DA members had a clear path to the door. "Students, stand down." In the confusion, Kingsley caught her eye and gave a slight nod. He understood what she was doing and would cover for her. As the DA members made their escape, Ron paused beside Tonks. "Harry and Hermione, I'll find them," she promised quietly. You get the others somewhere safe. Once the students had fled, Tonks turned to Percy and the remaining Slytherins. I'll pursue the escapees, she announced officially. Secure this area and await further instructions. Before anyone could object, she was out the door and racing down the corridor. Finding Harry in the vastness of Hogwarts and its grounds would be nearly impossible without help. She ducked into an empty classroom and pulled out her mirror. Harry Potter, she said urgently. Nothing happened. Either Harry didn't have the mirror with him, or he couldn't answer. Fear gripped Tonks's chest as she tried to think logically. If Hermione had mentioned the Forbidden Forest, that's where they would have taken umbrage. But what weapon could possibly? Understanding dawned. There was no weapon. Hermione was leading Umbridge into a trap of some kind, using the woman's paranoia against her. Tonks headed for the entrance hall, intending to make for the forest, when she nearly collided with Luna Lovegood coming from the opposite direction. Oh, hello, Luna said dreamily, as if they'd met on a casual stroll rather than in the midst of school-wide chaos. Are you looking for Harry? He and the others have gone to London. London? Tonks repeated, alarmed. What do you mean? To the Ministry of Magic, Luna explained, twirling her wand absently. To rescue Sirius Black from the Department of Mysteries. Harry had a vision that Voldemort was torturing him there. Tonks felt as if the floor had dropped from beneath her feet. When? How? Just now. We escaped on Thestrals. Luna pointed toward the forest. Very convenient creatures, though not everyone can see them. Cold dread washed over Tonks. Harry's promise to contact her before going to the Department of Mysteries had been broken, not by choice, but by circumstance. He'd had a vision about Sirius being tortured, exactly the kind of emotional trigger that would override caution. Luna, this is very important, Tonks said, grabbing the girl's shoulders. Who went with Harry? Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and myself, Luna replied. Though I've come back to tell the order. Hermione thought someone should. Relief flooded Tonks, at least one of them had been thinking clearly. You did exactly right, Luna. Now I need you to find Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick immediately. Tell them what's happened and that I've gone to alert the order. Luna nodded solemnly. It's a trap, isn't it? The vision Harry saw. I'm afraid so, Tonks confirmed grimly. Now go, quickly. As Luna hurried away, Tonks sprinted for the edge of the Hogwarts grounds where she could apparate. Her mind raced with terrifying possibilities. If Voldemort had planted a false vision of Sirius being tortured, he was luring Harry to the Department of Mysteries, to the prophecy. And Harry, loyal to a fault, had rushed headlong into the trap to save his godfather. The moment she cleared the anti-apparition wards, Tonks disappeared with a crack, reappearing at Grimmauld Place. She burst through the front door, shouting for Sirius. He appeared at the top of the stairs, very much alive and unharmed. Tonks? What's happened? It's Harry, she gasped. He's gone to the Department of Mysteries. He thinks Voldemort is torturing you there. Sirius's face drained of color. A trap, he whispered. We need to alert the Order immediately. Harry and 5 other students are walking straight into a Death Eater ambush. What followed was a blur of urgent action. Sirius contacted the available Order members through the emergency communication system. Within 10 minutes, Remus, Moody, and Kingsley, who had extricated himself from Hogwarts, had assembled in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. We move now, Moody growled after Tonks explained the situation. Direct to the Department of Mysteries. Element of surprise is our only advantage. I'm coming too, Sirius stated flatly, his expression daring anyone to contradict him. Remus looked concerned. Sirius, if you're seen, my godson is walking into a trap, Sirius cut him off. I don't care if Fudge himself sees me. Tonks met her cousin's eyes and nodded. She understood perfectly. They apparat to the ministry atrium, finding it deserted in the evening hours. The journey to the Department of Mysteries was tense and silent, each Order member mentally preparing for what they might find. When they reached the circular room Harry had described from his dreams, Tonks felt a chill of recognition. Just as he'd said, multiple identical doors, disorienting by design. "Which way?" Remus asked quietly. A distant crash answered the question, the sound of spellfire and breaking glass from beyond one of the doors. "That way," Tonks said, already moving. They burst through the door into a cavernous room filled with towering shelves of glowing orbs, the Hall of Prophecy. At the far end, flashes of light and shouted spells revealed the battle already in progress. Harry and his friends were surrounded by Death Eaters, fighting desperately but clearly outmatched. As the Order members raced toward them, Tonks saw Lucius Malfoy demanding something from Harry, who clutched a small glowing orb in his hand, the prophecy. "Now!" Tonks heard Harry shout to his friends, and suddenly the teenagers cast spells simultaneously at the shelves around them. Hundreds of prophecy orbs crashed to the floor, creating chaos as the Death Eaters scattered to avoid the falling glass and the ghostly figures that rose from each broken sphere, all speaking at once in an incomprehensible chorus. Under cover of this distraction, the students made a break for it, running toward an exit on the far side of the hall. The Order members split up, each engaging Death Eaters to clear a path for Harry and the others. Tonks found herself dueling Antonin Dolohov, one of the most vicious Death Eaters from the First War. His curses came fast and silent, forcing her to rely on instinct and reflexes. Around her, similar battles raged, Sirius taking on Lucius Malfoy with almost gleeful intensity, Moody engaging two Death Eaters simultaneously, Remus protecting the injured Ron and Hermione. Through the chaos, Tonks kept track of Harry as best she could. He was fighting alongside Neville now, both looking battered but determined as they made their way toward a door that Tonks recognized from her aura training, the Death Chamber. With a powerful stunning spell, Tonks finally dropped Dolohov and raced after Harry, only to find her path blocked by another masked figure. As they exchanged spells, she caught glimpses of the larger battle flowing into the Death Chamber, a sunken stone room dominated by an ancient archway on a dais. The Veil. One of the department's most dangerous artifacts. Fear propelled Tonks forward with renewed intensity. She needed to reach Harry, to get him away from that archway. With a complex combination of spells, she finally incapacitated her opponent and rushed into the Death Chamber. The scene that greeted her was nightmarish. Order members and Death Eaters locked in combat on the stone steps surrounding the central dais. Sirius dueling his cousin Bellatrix Lestrange with fierce concentration. And Harry fighting alongside Neville against Lucius Malfoy, too close to the Veil for comfort. Tonks sprinted down the stone steps, casting shields and hexes as she went. She had almost reached Harry when a jet of red light caught her in the chest, sending her tumbling down the remaining stairs. Pain exploded through her body as she hit the stone floor. Through blurred vision, she saw Harry turn at the sound of her fall, his face transforming with horror. "Tonks," he shouted, momentarily distracted from his duel. That split second of inattention was all Lucius Malfoy needed. A cutting curse slashed across Harry's arm, causing him to drop his wand. Malfoy advanced, triumphant, reaching for the prophecy orb that Harry still clutched in his other hand. Fighting through the pain, Tonks raised her wand and cast a trip jinx that sent Malfoy sprawling. Harry immediately dove for his fallen wand, but before he could reach it, a new combatant entered the chamber, tall, pale, with red eyes that gleamed in the dim light. Voldemort himself had arrived. The fighting faltered as everyone registered his presence. Then Dumbledore appeared at the opposite entrance, his power radiating like heat from a furnace. What followed was a duel of titans, Dumbledore and Voldemort clashing in displays of magic beyond anything Tonks had ever witnessed. The Order members used the distraction to gather the students, pulling them toward the exits. Tonks forced herself to her feet, ignoring the pain shooting through her ribs. She had to reach Harry, who was now caught between the dueling wizards and the Veil, clutching his bleeding arm. "Harry," she called, staggering toward him. This way. He turned toward her voice, relief washing over his face as their eyes met across the chamber. Then his expression changed to one of pure horror. Behind you! He screamed. Tonks spun to find Bellatrix Lestrange, her mad eyes alight with recognition and hatred. If it isn't my blood traitor niece, she cackled. Coming to save her little boyfriend? Before Tonks could raise her wand, Bellatrix struck. Crucio. White-hot agony coursed through Tonks's body. She collapsed, unable to scream as every nerve ending fired simultaneously. Through the haze of pain, she heard Harry's desperate shout and Sirius's roar of fury. The curse lifted as Sirius attacked Bellatrix, driving her back from Tonks's crumpled form. Their duel intensified, moving dangerously close to the veil as Bellatrix taunted her cousin. You'll have to do better than that. Sirius laughed as he dodged a jet of red light. Then everything seemed to slow down. Bellatrix's next spell hit Sirius square in the chest. His eyes widened in shock as he lost his balance, falling backward toward the whispering veil. No! Harry's scream echoed through the chamber as he lunged forward, trying to reach his godfather. Tonks, still weakened from the cruciatus, threw herself at Harry, tackling him to the ground just before he could reach the dais. They both watched in horror as Sirius's body arched gracefully through the tattered veil hanging from the arch, then disappeared from sight. Sirius! Harry bellowed, fighting against Tonks's restraining arms. Sirius! But Sirius didn't reappear from the other side of the arch. He was gone. Bellatrix's triumphant scream cut through the chamber as she turned to flee. Harry went suddenly still in Tonks's arms, then surged to his feet with such force that she couldn't hold him. I'll kill her, he said, his voice terrifyingly calm. Before Tonks could stop him, he was racing after Bellatrix, vengeance in every line of his body. Harry, no. Tonks tried to follow but collapsed as pain shot through her injured ribs. Remus appeared at her side, his face ashen with grief. Sirius, he choked out. I know, Tonks gasped. But Harry, he's gone after Bellatrix. She'll kill him, Remus. Understanding the urgency, Remus helped her to her feet. They staggered toward the exit Harry had taken, following the sounds of pursuit. Behind them, the duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort continued to shake the very foundations of the Ministry. They emerged in the atrium just in time to witness a horrifying tableau, Harry standing over a kneeling Bellatrix, his wand pointed at her throat, his face contorted with grief and rage. Do it, Potter, she taunted. You have to mean it. You have to want to cause pain. Tonks could see the struggle on Harry's face, the desire for revenge warring with the fundamental decency at his core. For one terrible moment, she feared he might actually cast an unforgivable. Harry, she called, her voice breaking with pain and emotion. Don't let her make you like them. He turned at the sound of her voice, and something in his expression shifted, the blind rage receding, recognition returning to his eyes. That moment of hesitation was all Voldemort needed. Having disengaged from his duel with Dumbledore, the Dark Lord appeared beside Bellatrix, his wand already moving toward Harry. Protego! Tonks screamed, casting the strongest shield charm she could muster despite her injuries. The shield materialized just in time to deflect Voldemort's curse, but the force of it still knocked Harry backwards. Dumbledore appeared then, placing himself between Harry and Voldemort as their duel resumed in the atrium. Tonks crawled to Harry's side, pulling him away from the clashing magical titans toward the relative safety of the atrium's edge. His eyes were fixed on the battle, shock and grief rendering him almost catatonic. Harry, she whispered, cradling his face between her hands. Look at me. Just at me. Slowly, his gaze shifted to her face. The raw pain in his eyes broke something inside her. He's gone, Harry said, his voice hollow. Sirius is gone, and it's my fault. I led everyone into a trap. No, Tonks said fiercely. This was Voldemort. All of it, the vision, the trap, everything. Not you. Before Harry could respond, a commotion at the atrium entrance drew their attention. Ministry officials were arriving, led by Cornelius Fudge himself in a dressing gown and slippers. They froze in collective shock at the sight before them, Albus Dumbledore dueling Lord Voldemort in the heart of the Ministry of Magic. With a final, devastating spell combination, Dumbledore forced Voldemort to retreat. The Dark Lord grabbed the still kneeling Bellatrix and disappeared in a swirl of dark smoke, but not before every arriving Ministry official had seen him clearly. "He's back," Fudge whispered, his face ashen. "He who must not be named is back." The atrium erupted into chaos as officials shouted orders and questions. Dumbledore took immediate control, directing the securing of the building and the treatment of the injured. Through it all, Harry remained motionless in Tonks's arms, as if the fight had drained entirely out of him. "I need to get you out of here," she murmured, helping him to his feet. Dumbledore approached them, his expression grave. "Miss Tonks, your injuries require attention. I will ensure Harry's safe return to Hogwarts." For the first time since she'd known him, Tonks found herself angry at Albus Dumbledore. "With all due respect, Headmaster, Harry needs more than just physical safety right now. He's just lost his godfather." "I am well aware of the tragedy that has occurred tonight," Dumbledore replied quietly. "Which is why I must speak with Harry privately." Harry stirred beside her. "It's okay," he said, his voice flat with exhaustion and grief. "You need healing, Tonks." She wanted to protest, to insist on staying with him, but the practical part of her knew Dumbledore was right. Her ribs were likely broken, and the after effects of the Cruciatus curse were making it increasingly difficult to stand. "I'll find you," she promised Harry, squeezing his hand. "As soon as I can." He nodded, his eyes vacant. As Dumbledore led him toward the fireplaces, Harry glanced back once, his expression so lost and broken that Tonks nearly followed despite her injuries. Instead, she found herself guided to a ministry healer who had arrived with the officials. As they treated her injuries, Tonks watched the aftermath unfold, the official acknowledgement of Voldemort's return, the securing of captured Death Eaters, the beginning of what would undoubtedly be a massive shift in the wizarding world's understanding of the conflict ahead. But all she could think about was Harry, alone with his grief and guilt, and the moment when she'd seen him contemplating crossing a line from which there might have been no return. Dawn was breaking over London when Tonks was finally cleared to leave the ministry. Her ribs were healed but painful, and the lingering effects of Bellatrix's Cruciatus curse left her muscles spasming occasionally. Against medical advice, she immediately apparat to Hogsmeade, determined to reach Hogwarts and find Harry. The castle was eerily quiet when she arrived, most students still asleep in their dormitories, unaware of the night's devastating events. Tonks made her way to the hospital wing first, finding Ron and Hermione recovering from their injuries under Madame Pomfrey's watchful eye. "Where's Harry?" she asked without preamble. Hermione, her arm in a sling, looked up with red-rimmed eyes. "With Dumbledore still, we think. He hasn't come back yet." Her voice broke slightly. "Is it true? About Sirius?" Tonks nodded, unable to speak the words aloud. The grief was still too raw, too overwhelming. Ron turned his face away, shoulders shaking silently. "The others?" Tonks managed to ask. "Ginny's wrist was broken, but Madame Pomfrey fixed it," Hermione replied. "Luna and Neville had minor injuries. They've been released already." Tonks sank into a chair, suddenly exhausted beyond words. The adrenaline that had carried her through the night was fading, leaving behind bone-deep weariness and pain. "You should rest," Hermione said gently. "You look terrible." "I need to see Harry first," Tonks insisted, forcing herself back to her feet. But finding Harry proved more difficult than expected. He wasn't in Dumbledore's office, which stood empty when she checked. Not in Gryffindor Tower according to the fat lady. Not in any of the usual spots where students gathered. Increasingly desperate, Tonks made her way to the 7th floor corridor, to the blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. If Harry wanted to be alone, truly alone, the room of requirement would provide the perfect sanctuary. She paced before the wall, focusing her need. I need to find Harry. I need to be where Harry is. On the third pass, a door materialized, smaller and plainer than the one that had appeared for their training sessions. Tonks pushed it open gently, not knowing what to expect. The room beyond was small and dimly lit, containing only a window seat overlooking the grounds and a single occupant. Harry sat with his knees drawn up to his chest, staring out at the lake, his face streaked with dried tears. "Harry," Tonks said softly. He turned, surprise briefly replacing the grief on his face. "Tonks? How did you find me?" "I needed to," she replied simply, crossing to sit beside him. And the room knew it. For a long moment, they sat in silence. Then Harry spoke, his voice raw from crying. "Dumbledore finally told me the prophecy. The whole thing." He kept his gaze fixed on the distant lake. "It says, neither can live while the other survives. I have to kill him, or he has to kill me. That's how it ends." Tonks felt her heart constrict. The full weight of what Harry had been carrying, what he would continue to carry, struck her with devastating clarity. "All this time," he continued, "people have been dying to protect me, and it turns out I'm just being kept alive to die at the right moment." "That's not true," Tonks said fiercely, turning to face him fully. "Prophecies are interpretations, not absolutes. And even if it is true that you're the only one who can end Voldemort, that doesn't make you just a weapon or a sacrifice. What does it make me, then?" His green eyes finally met hers, desperate for an answer she wasn't sure she had. But looking at him, this boy who had endured so much, who still found the strength to care deeply, to love fiercely despite every loss, Tonks knew exactly what he was. "It makes you Harry," she said softly. "Just Harry. The boy who flies like he was born on a broom. Who teaches his friends to conjure patron uses. Who risked his life for his godfather without hesitation." She reached out, gently wiping a tear from his cheek. "The boy who sees past my clumsiness and changing faces to who I really am." Harry's breath caught. "Tonks, I love you," she said simply. "Not the boy who lived or the chosen one from some prophecy. Just you." The words hung between them, unplanned but undeniably true. Tonks hadn't realized the depth of her feelings until that moment in the death chamber when she thought she might lose him, to death or to darkness. For a heartbeat, Harry looked stunned. Then he moved, closing the distance between them and kissing her with an intensity that took her breath away. His hands cradled her face as if she were something infinitely precious, and she could taste the salt of tears on his lips, whether his or hers, she couldn't tell. When they finally broke apart, Harry rested his forehead against hers. "I love you too," he whispered. "I think I have since that night you caught me when I was falling." A small, broken laugh escaped Tonks. "Pretty sure you were the one who caught me, actually." "Maybe we caught each other," Harry suggested, the ghost of a smile touching his lips for the first time since Sirius's death. In that moment, despite the grief and uncertainty surrounding them, Tonks felt a spark of hope ignite. Whatever the prophecy said, whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, not as protector and protected, but as equals. Partners in the truest sense. The dawn light strengthened outside the window, illuminating the grounds of Hogwarts in the soft glow of a new day. In the distance, students began to emerge from the castle, unaware that their world had fundamentally changed overnight. For Harry and Tonks, sitting together in the room of requirement, the future remained uncertain. War was coming, had already arrived, in truth. There would be more battles, more losses, more difficult choices ahead. But in this quiet moment, with the weight of secrets finally shared and feelings openly acknowledged, they found something worth fighting for beyond prophecies and duty. Each other. Chapter 3, Battle of Hearts and Minds. Dawn painted Hogwarts in gold and shadow as Tonks walked Harry back to Gryffindor Tower. They moved slowly, his hand in hers, both physically and emotionally drained from the night's events. The castle corridors were eerily quiet, news of Voldemort's return and Sirius's death hadn't yet spread among the students. "Try to rest," Tonks said softly when they reached the portrait hole. "I know it seems impossible, but you need it." Harry nodded mechanically, grief etched into every line of his face despite the momentary connection they'd shared in the room of requirement. "Will you stay?" "At Hogwarts, I mean." "As long as I can," she promised. "I'll need to report to the Ministry eventually. Everything's changing now that Fudge has seen Voldemort himself. But I won't leave without telling you." He squeezed her hand before reluctantly letting go. "Thank you. For finding me. For." He trailed off, unable to articulate everything swirling between them. "Always," she replied simply. As the portrait swung shut behind him, Tonks leaned against the wall, her body reminding her of every curse and fall she'd endured at the Department of Mysteries. She needed rest too, but her mind raced with implications. The war had officially begun. The Order would need to reorganize without Sirius. And whatever was growing between her and Harry had just become infinitely more complicated. A soft cough interrupted her thoughts. She turned to find Albus Dumbledore standing at the corridor's end, his expression grave. "Miss Tonks," he said quietly. "I believe we should speak." Dumbledore's office was bathed in the same golden morning light, though the atmosphere inside felt heavy with the night's losses. The headmaster settled behind his desk, looking older than Tonks had ever seen him. "I understand you found Harry," he began. "Yes," she replied, deliberately offering no additional information. Dumbledore studied her over his half-moon spectacles. "Your concern for him goes beyond professional duty." It wasn't a question, but Tonks answered anyway. "Yes. You understand the complexities this creates." She straightened in her chair, ignoring her body's protests. "With all due respect, Headmaster, I understand the complexities of the situation far better than most. I'm an Auror. I'm Order. I've seen what Harry's facing firsthand. And yet that proximity may cloud your judgment," Dumbledore countered gently. "Harry is not merely a teenage boy, Miss Tonks. He carries a burden." "I know about the prophecy," she interrupted. "He told me. Every word." Surprise flickered across Dumbledore's face before he masked it. "I see." He steepled his fingers, considering. "Then you understand why his path forward is exceptionally dangerous." "All the more reason he shouldn't walk it alone," Tonks said firmly. "He has never been alone. He has had guidance." "Guidance isn't the same as partnership," she cut in, then caught herself. "Sorry, sir, but Harry doesn't need another mentor telling him what he must do from a distance. He needs someone fighting beside him. Someone who sees him as more than a weapon or a symbol." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "You care for him deeply." "I love him," Tonks said simply. "And before you say he's too young to know his own mind, remember what he's lived through. Age is just a number, especially in war." The headmaster's blue eyes seemed to pierce through her. "Love is indeed a powerful force, Miss Tonks. Perhaps the most powerful. But it can also be dangerous when coupled with Harry's particular circumstances. More dangerous than leaving him isolated. Than keeping secrets from him until it's too late." The questions hung in the air between them, charged with the grief of Sirius's loss, a death that might have been prevented with more openness, more trust. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the point. "What do you propose, then?" The question caught Tonks off guard. She'd expected resistance, prohibition, perhaps even removal from Hogwarts. "I propose being honest with him," she said after gathering her thoughts. "About the dangers, about the Order's plans, about what we're all facing. I propose treating him as the capable wizard he is, not the child the Ministry wants to pretend he is. And I propose being there for him, not controlling him, not shielding him, but supporting him. Even if that support places you in Voldemort's direct path." "I'm already in Voldemort's path," Tonks pointed out. "We all are." Dumbledore studied her with an unreadable expression. Then, to her surprise, a small smile touched his lips. Sirius would approve, I think, he said softly. He always valued courage and loyalty above caution. The mention of Sirius sent a fresh wave of grief through Tonks. He understood Harry better than most of us. Perhaps he did. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window where Fawkes perched, watching them with intelligent eyes. Harry must return to his aunt and uncle's home at term's end. The blood protection remains his strongest defense during the summer months. Tonks nodded, having expected this. I understand. However, the headmaster continued, there may be flexibility in how the order arranges his guard detail this summer. He turned, his eyes twinkling slightly despite the solemnity of the moment. I believe your particular skills would be most useful for discreet surveillance of Privet Drive. It took Tonks a moment to understand what Dumbledore was offering, not permission, exactly, but tacit acknowledgement. An opportunity. Thank you, sir, she said quietly. Don't thank me yet, Miss Tonks. The path you and Harry are choosing will not be an easy one. His expression grew serious once more. Voldemort will use any connection to Harry as a weapon. Any person he cares for becomes a target. I know the risks, she replied, thinking of her Auror oath, of the dangers she'd already faced. They're worth it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. In the meantime, I suggest you return to the Ministry. Your formal report will be crucial in shaping the official response to last night's events. Tonks stood, recognizing the dismissal. At the door, she paused. Sir. About Harry's return to Hogwarts next term. Yes. Umbridge won't be continuing as defense professor, I assume. For the first time that morning, genuine amusement lit Dumbledore's eyes. No, Miss Tonks. I believe Professor Umbridge has had a rather traumatic encounter in the Forbidden Forest. She will be recovering at St. Mungo's for the foreseeable future. Good, Tonks said with fierce satisfaction. Harry deserves at least 1 year without someone actively trying to torture him. As she left the office, Tonks felt marginally lighter despite her exhaustion. The conversation hadn't gone at all as she'd expected. Instead of prohibition, Dumbledore had offered opportunity. Not approval, perhaps, but understanding. It was more than she'd dared hope for, given the circumstances. The next 48 hours passed in a whirlwind of activity. The wizarding world reeled from the Ministry's official acknowledgement of Voldemort's return. The Daily Prophet, which had spent months discrediting Harry and Dumbledore, performed a spectacular about-face, now hailing Harry as the chosen one and questioning why the Ministry had ignored the warning signs. Tonks spent most of this time at the Ministry, giving statements, filing reports, and watching the political landscape shift dramatically. Fudge was clearly on borrowed time as minister, his credibility shattered. Meanwhile, the Auror Department mobilized for war footing, with Scrimgeour positioning himself as a leader for the coming conflict. Through it all, Tonks maintained contact with Harry via their mirrors, brief conversations snatched during rare private moments. His grief for Sirius remained raw, but she could see him processing it with the resilience that continually amazed her. The Prophet's calling me the chosen one now, he told her during one such conversation, his disgust evident even through the small mirror. Same people who called me a delusional attention seeker all year. Journalism at its finest, Tonks replied, drawing a small smile from him. How are Ron and Hermione doing? Physically better. Ron's still got some scars from those brain things. Harry's expression darkened. He keeps making jokes about it, but I know he's shaken up. And you? How are you sleeping? He shrugged. I'm not, much. Keep seeing. He trailed off, but Tonks knew he meant Sirius falling through the veil. But the occlumency is helping. No more visions since that night. Their conversations always ended the same way, with promises to see each other soon, with quiet, I love yous, that still felt new and fragile, with plans for when they could next meet without scrutiny. 3 days after the Department of Mysteries battle, Tonks finally managed to return to Hogwarts. She arrived under the pretense of additional security assessment, though everyone knew the real threat, Voldemort, wouldn't be deterred by standard ministry protocols. She found Harry by the lake, skipping stones across the still water with mechanical precision. His shoulders were hunched, his expression distant, but he straightened when he spotted her approaching. "Watch her," she said softly, coming to stand beside him. "Hey." His voice was rough from disuse, but his eyes brightened slightly. "Wasn't sure when I'd see you again. Had to fight through about 16 layers of new ministry bureaucracy to get here." She picked up a flat stone, attempting to skip it but managing only a single hop before it sank. "Still rubbish at that." Harry's mouth twitched. "Your technique needs work." "Story of my life," she replied, deliberately tripping over a root to make him smile properly. It worked, if only briefly. They walked along the lakeshore, finding a secluded spot beneath a willow tree where they could talk without being overheard. Tonks filled Harry in on the ministry's upheaval, the prophet's dramatic reversal, and the Order's reorganization efforts. "They've moved headquarters temporarily," she explained. "Grimmauld Place is complicated now, with Sirius gone. Legal ownership is in question." Harry nodded, his expression tightening. "Who inherits if not me? That's the problem. By wizarding law, it should pass to the nearest black relative." "Bellatrix," Harry spat. "Or Narcissa Malfoy," Tonks agreed grimly. "Dumbledore's placed additional security until it's sorted. If Sirius left a will naming you specifically, that would override bloodline inheritance." They sat in silence for a moment, the mention of wills and inheritance making Sirius's absence freshly painful. "I spoke with Dumbledore," Tonks said finally. "About us." Harry's head snapped up, surprise and wariness warring in his expression. "What did he say?" "He was unexpectedly understanding." She recounted their conversation, watching Harry's expression shift from apprehension to cautious hope. "So he's not forbidding it," he clarified. "Us, I mean. Not exactly giving his blessing, but not standing in the way either." Tonks took Harry's hand, tracing her thumb over the fading scars from Umbridge's blood quill. "He knows you need to return to Privet Drive for the blood protection." Harry grimaced. "Yeah, Dumbledore already told me. Said it's more important than ever with Voldemort back in the open. The good news is, I've arranged to be part of your guard detail," Tonks said, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. "Perks of being a metamorphmagus, I can maintain surveillance without your relatives ever knowing it's the same person watching their house." For the first time since Sirius's death, genuine happiness lit Harry's eyes. "You'll be there? At Privet Drive?" "Not living there, Order members will rotate shifts. But yes, I'll be around." She squeezed his hand. "And we've still got the mirrors." Harry nodded, then his expression grew serious again. "Tonks, if we do this, if we're really doing this, you need to understand something." He took a deep breath. "Being connected to me is dangerous. Voldemort uses people I care about against me. It's how he lured me to the Department of Mysteries." "I know," she said softly. "No, you don't, not fully." His grip on her hand tightened. "Everyone close to me becomes a target. My parents. Cedric. Sirius." His voice broke slightly on the last name. "I couldn't bear it if something happened to you because of me." Tonks reached up with her free hand, gently turning his face toward hers. "Harry, look at me. I'm already a target. I'm a blood traitor, an Auror, an Order member. Voldemort would want me dead regardless of how I feel about you. But, no buts. This isn't about you putting me in danger. This is about us choosing to face danger together rather than apart." Her eyes held his steadily. "I'm not walking away because it's risky. Neither should you." Harry studied her face, searching for doubt or hesitation. Finding none, he sighed, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. "Together, then," he said quietly. "Together," she confirmed. The word hung between them, a promise and a challenge. Around them, Hogwarts continued its end-of-term routines, students studying for exams, professors preparing final assessments, all under the shadow of a world irrevocably changed by the events at the Ministry. "There's something else," Harry said after a moment. "Something I haven't told anyone yet." Tonks waited, giving him space to continue. "The prophecy, there's a part one didn't mention before." He stared out at the lake, his profile tense. "He will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Dumbledore thinks it's love, my ability to love despite everything that's happened to me." "That tracks," Tonks said thoughtfully. "Voldemort has never understood love or connection. Sees them as weaknesses. But what if he's right? What if caring about people is my weakness? It's how he trapped me at the Ministry. Or what if it's your strength?" Tonks countered. "Think about it, what made you face a basilisk at 12? What helped you produce a Patronus powerful enough to drive away 100 Dementors? What gives you the courage to keep fighting when most adults would have broken?" Harry looked at her, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Love isn't just warm feelings, Harry. It's a force, maybe the most powerful magic there is." She smiled slightly. "And you've got it in spades." For the first time in days, Harry's expression lightened with something like hope. He leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. "How do you always know exactly what to say?" he murmured. "I don't," she admitted. "But I believe in you, not the boy who lived or the chosen one. Just you." Their lips met in a gentle kiss, reaffirming the connection that had grown from professional duty to friendship to something far deeper. When they parted, Harry looked more present, more himself than he had since that night in the Department of Mysteries. "I should go," Tonks said reluctantly. "My official security assessment can only take so long before someone gets suspicious." "When will I see you again?" "Before you leave for the summer," she promised. "And then at Privet Drive, though you might not always recognize me." Harry smiled wryly. "I think I'd know you in any form." "Is that a challenge, Potter?" she asked, morphing her nose into a pig's snout before shifting back. "Because I've got disguises that would surprise even you." His laugh, brief but genuine, was the best sound Tonks had heard in days. The Hogwarts Express journey back to London was subdued for Harry and his friends. The compartment they shared with Neville and Luna felt both crowded with shared trauma and emptied by Sirius's absence. The Daily Prophet sat untouched on the seat, its front page proclaiming, "Harry Potter, the Chosen One," over a photo of Harry entering the Ministry for the disciplinary hearing nearly a year earlier. "Mental how they've flipped," Ron commented, nodding toward the paper. "Spent all year calling you a nutter, now you're their hero again." "That's the Prophet for you," Hermione said disapprovingly. "More interested in sales than truth." Harry merely shrugged, gazing out the window at the passing countryside. The others exchanged concerned glances but didn't press him. "Dad's printing a special edition about everything that happened," Luna offered dreamily. "He says people deserve the real story, not the Ministry's sanitized version." That's great, Luna," Hermione replied, clearly wondering what real story the notoriously eccentric Xenophilius Lovegood might publish. Harry half listened to their conversation, his mind elsewhere. In his pocket, the communication mirror remained silent. Tonks had warned him she'd be tied up with Ministry duties all day but promised to find him at King's Cross if possible. The atmosphere in the compartment shifted when Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle appeared in the doorway. "You're dead, Potter," Malfoy said quietly, his face pale with fury. "My father's in Azkaban because of you." Harry met his gaze steadily. "Funny, I thought your father was in Azkaban because he's a Death Eater who attacked children in the Ministry." Malfoy's hand twitched toward his wand, but before he could draw it, a compartment further down the corridor exploded with the sound of jinxes and hexes. The Slytherins turned to investigate, only to be hit by a barrage of spells from DA members who had witnessed the confrontation. By the time the train pulled into King's Cross, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle resembled giant slugs wedged into the luggage rack of a different compartment. Harry felt a flicker of vindictive satisfaction, quickly followed by hollow emptiness. Hexing Malfoy changed nothing about Sirius's death or the war looming before them. On the platform, the reception waiting for Harry was unlike anything he'd experienced before. Mad-Eye Moody, Remus Lupin, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Fred and George, sporting lurid green dragon skin jackets, and, his heart lifted, Tonks, her hair a subdued blue today, stood in a group clearly waiting for him. "Thought we'd have a little chat with your aunt and uncle before letting them take you home," said Moody gruffly. "I dunno if that's a good idea," Harry said, though he felt a rush of gratitude. "Oh, I think it is," said Moody, his magical eye rolling toward the barrier through which Uncle Vernon would soon appear. "That'll be them, will it, Potter?" Harry nodded as his relatives approached, Uncle Vernon's face purpling at the sight of the wizards waiting with Harry. What followed was both terrifying and oddly touching, watching the Order members calmly threaten the Dursleys with dire consequences if Harry was mistreated. Tonks remained slightly apart from the main group, her eyes occasionally meeting Harry's with unspoken understanding. When the conversation concluded, Uncle Vernon was practically vibrating with suppressed rage, Aunt Petunia looked faint, and Dudley seemed to be trying to hide behind both of them simultaneously. "See you, Harry," Ron said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Bye, Harry," said Hermione, and did something she had never done before, she kissed him on the cheek. "Take care, mate," said Fred, shaking his hand. As the group began to disperse, Tonks stepped forward. "Mind if I check your trunk secure before you go? Or business?" Before Uncle Vernon could protest, she had guided Harry a few steps away, ostensibly examining his luggage. "I'll be watching," she said quietly, her hands professionally checking his trunk latches while her eyes conveyed far more. "First shift starts tonight. Might look like an old woman with cats, or a meter reader, or a jogger with purple hair." Harry fought a smile. "How will I know it's you?" She winked, briefly morphing one eye bright pink before shifting back so quickly no one else would notice. "That distinctive enough for you?" "Yeah," he replied, warmth spreading through his chest despite the dread of returning to Privet Drive. "More than enough. Use the mirror if you need anything at all," she added seriously. "And Harry? Don't lose hope. This summer won't be like last year. You're not alone." As Harry followed his seething uncle toward the car park, he felt the weight of grief and prophecy still pressing on his shoulders. But for the first time since Sirius's death, that weight felt marginally lighter, shared by someone who saw him clearly and loved him anyway. Someone who would be watching over him, even when he couldn't see her. Life at Privet Drive followed its usual summer pattern of isolation and tedium, but with critical differences. True to her word, Tonks maintained a near-constant presence in the neighborhood, appearing in various disguises that never failed to make Harry smile when he spotted her distinctive signature, a brief flash of pink in otherwise ordinary eyes. The Dursleys, thoroughly intimidated by the Order's warning at King's Cross, largely left Harry alone. Uncle Vernon limited himself to dark mutterings about freaks and unnatural threats, while Aunt Petunia seemed almost nervous around Harry, as if finally recognizing that her nephew was connected to dangers far beyond her comprehension. Each night, Harry spoke with Tonks through their mirrors, sometimes for hours. She kept him updated on Order business, ministry restructuring, and the general mood of the wizarding world. More importantly, she provided the connection he desperately needed as he processed his grief for Sirius. "I keep thinking about what he'd want me to do," Harry admitted one night, lying on his bed with the mirror propped against his pillow. "Sirius, I mean. Whether he'd want me to carry on fighting or try to stay safe." Tonks's face in the mirror was thoughtful. "Knowing my cousin. Bit of both. He'd want you to fight smart, not recklessly. To live your life while fighting for what matters." "That sounds like him," Harry agreed. "He always said my dad would be disappointed if I never broke rules." "Exactly. Sirius believed in living fully, even when confined to Grimmauld Place," he tried to find moments of joy. Her expression softened. He wouldn't want you drowning in guilt, Harry. He made his own choices that night. These conversations gradually eased the sharpest edges of Harry's grief, though the loss remained a constant ache. Together, they navigated the complex emotions of survivorship and mourning, finding comfort in shared memories and mutual understanding. 2 weeks into the holiday, Harry received an unexpected owl from Dumbledore, announcing that the headmaster himself would be collecting Harry from Privet Drive the following evening for a special excursion before taking him to the Burrow for the remainder of the summer. No details, of course, Harry told Tonks through the mirror that night. Just says to be ready at 11 tomorrow. Tonks frowned slightly. Interesting timing. The Order's been tracking increased Death Eater activity in the south. You think it's connected? With Dumbledore? Always. She shifted, and Harry could see she was in her flat rather than on guard duty. I'm scheduled for Privet Drive tomorrow night, so I'll be nearby if anything goes sideways. I thought Dumbledore told you about his plans, Harry said, surprised. Tonks shook her head. He's playing things very close to the chest these days, even within the Order. Compartmentalizing information. That doesn't sound encouraging. It's standard wartime protocol, actually. Limits damage if someone is compromised. She didn't need to elaborate, they both knew compromised could mean capture, torture, or worse. Listen, she added, her expression growing serious. If Dumbledore's taking you somewhere, there's a good reason. Trust his judgment, but keep your eyes open. And Harry? Be careful. Always am, he replied with a wry smile. Tonks rolled her eyes affectionately. Said the boy who flew to London on a thestral to fight Death Eaters. The following evening, Harry waited in his bedroom as instructed, trunk packed, Hedwig's cage ready. At precisely 11 o'clock, a strange silence fell over Privet Drive, as if the entire neighborhood was holding its breath. Then came a sharp knock at the front door. Harry heard Uncle Vernon's heavy tread in the hallway, followed by his outraged sputtering as Dumbledore calmly introduced himself. By the time Harry reached the living room, his relatives were huddled on the sofa while Dumbledore sat in an armchair he had conjured, looking perfectly at ease despite the palpable hostility radiating from Vernon and Petunia. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore said pleasantly. Good evening. I hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of starting without you. He gestured to several glasses of meat hovering in midair. Your aunt and uncle seemed disinclined to partake. What followed was among the strangest encounters Harry had witnessed at Privet Drive, Dumbledore politely addressing the Dursleys while they remained frozen in horror, followed by the revelation that Sirius had indeed left Harry everything in his will, including Grimmauld Place and the house elf creature. A generous bequest, Dumbledore concluded. Though complicated by the ancient magical protections on black family properties. However, you have already answered that question. I have. Harry asked, confused. When you gave Creature an order a month ago and he obeyed you. Had the house and belongings not truly passed to you, he would have been unable to follow your instructions. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The magic has recognized you as the rightful heir, despite your lack of black blood. A small weight lifted from Harry's chest. At least Bellatrix wouldn't get Sirius's home, the last connection to his godfather. After bidding a frosty farewell to the Dursleys, Harry and Dumbledore departed Privet Drive. As they walked down the darkened street, Harry noticed a shadowy figure near the corner, an elderly woman with a shopping trolley full of cats. As they passed, one of her eyes flashed bright pink for the briefest moment. Harry suppressed a smile as Dumbledore led him to a more secluded spot suitable for apparition. I believe we had company back there, Dumbledore commented mildly. Auror Tonks maintains her guard duty with admirable dedication. Harry tensed, unsure how much Dumbledore knew or suspected about his relationship with Tonks. She's a good Auror, he replied neutrally. Indeed she is. And more. Dumbledore glanced at Harry, his expression unreadable in the darkness. Now, we have a stop to make before continuing to the Burrow. I require your assistance with a delicate recruitment effort. The delicate recruitment turned out to involve a retired potions professor named Horace Slughorn, who Dumbledore hoped to persuade back to Hogwarts. Harry found himself serving as bait for this persuasion, uncomfortably aware of Slughorn's fascination with collecting famous or talented students. He'll come back, Harry told Dumbledore as they left Slughorn's temporary lodgings. He couldn't resist the opportunity to collect me. Precisely why I brought you, Dumbledore agreed without apology. Horace values connections and influence above all else. Having the chosen one in his orbit will prove irresistible. Harry grimaced at the moniker. About that title the prophet's using. Ah yes, Dumbledore said, his tone lighter than the subject warranted. The press has a remarkable talent for creating narratives, though in this case, they've stumbled closer to the truth than they realize. Sir, Harry began carefully as they prepared to apparate to the burrow, there's something I've been wondering. About the prophecy. Yes. You said I have power the Dark Lord knows not, and that you believe it's love. Harry hesitated, thinking of his conversations with Tonks. But how exactly is love supposed to help me defeat Voldemort? It's not like I can. I don't know, hug him to death. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore chuckled. An amusing image, though I doubt Thomas Riddle would appreciate the gesture. His expression grew serious again. Love manifests in many ways, Harry. It shapes our choices, gives us courage when hope seems lost, connects us to others who strengthen us. Perhaps most importantly, it gives us something worth fighting for beyond mere survival. As they arrived at the burrow's boundary, Harry thought of Tonks, her fierce protectiveness, her ability to see him clearly, the way she taught him to defend himself not just physically but emotionally. The strength he'd found in their connection. For the first time, the concept of love as a power didn't seem quite so abstract. The remainder of the summer passed in a blur of activity. At the burrow, Harry fell into the comfortable rhythms of Weasley family life, though Sirius's absence left a hollow space that nothing quite filled. Ron and Hermione tiptoed around the subject at first, until Harry finally told them about his conversations with Tonks and how they'd helped him process his grief. That's actually really healthy, Hermione said, looking impressed. Talking through grief instead of bottling it up. Weird that Tonks is the one you're talking to, though, Ron commented. I mean, she's cool and all, but I thought you barely knew her. Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. We got closer this year, he said carefully. During all that security stuff at Hogwarts. She understands what it's like to feel different. Ron seemed to accept this explanation, but Hermione's perceptive gaze lingered on Harry's face a moment longer. If she suspected more, she didn't press the issue. Communication with Tonks became more challenging at the burrow. Their mirror conversations were limited to late nights when Harry could ensure privacy, which was rare in the crowded house. Still, they managed brief connections, updates on order business, ministry politics, and quieter exchanges about their days. Scrimgeour's been named minister, Tonks reported one night, her voice barely above a whisper in the mirror. Already trying to arrange a meeting with you. Me? What for? Harry asked from his camp bed in Ron's room, speaking equally softly. PR purposes. Wants to be seen with the chosen one. Show the public the ministry's taking action. Harry grimaced. Not interested in being anyone's poster boy. Figured as much. Tonks smiled. Told him you were unavailable when he asked me to arrange a meeting. He asked you specifically. Apparently he thinks we have a rapport after all that security work at Hogwarts. Her eyes danced with mischief. If only he knew. These stolen moments sustained them through the weeks apart. When Tonks occasionally visited the burrow for order meetings, they maintained a careful distance in front of others, though Harry treasured the brief moments when their eyes would meet across the dinner table, a world of private understanding passing between them. Only Mrs. Weasley seemed to notice anything unusual, her gaze sharpening whenever Tonks and Harry interacted. After one such dinner, she cornered Harry in the kitchen while the others moved to the living room. "Harry, dear," she began, her tone deceptively casual as she directed dishes to wash themselves. "I couldn't help noticing you and Tonks seem friendly." Yeah," Harry replied, suddenly very interested in drying the plates she handed him. "She's been really helpful. You know, with everything that happened at the ministry." Molly nodded, her expression softening. "It's good you have someone to talk to about Sirius. She was his cousin, after all." She paused, then added carefully, "Just remember that you're still very young, and these are dangerous times. Some decisions are best left for when things are more settled." Harry looked at her, surprised by her perception and touched by her concern. "I understand," he said quietly. "But sometimes waiting for the right time means never having a time at all. Especially now." Mrs. Weasley studied his face for a long moment, then sighed. "You've always had an old soul, Harry. Just be careful. Both of you." The conversation left Harry thoughtful. Mrs. Weasley hadn't explicitly mentioned a romantic relationship, but her meaning had been clear enough. The fact that she hadn't immediately forbidden it or expressed outrage suggested she understood more than he'd given her credit for. On the morning they were to return to Hogwarts, chaos reigned at the Burrow. Ministry cars arrived to transport them safely to King's Cross, with Auror escorts that included, to Harry's delight, Tonks herself. "Watch her," she greeted them, her hair a professional brown today but her eyes briefly flashing pink when they met Harry's. "Everyone ready?" The journey to platform 9 3/4 was tense but uneventful. Security measures had intensified everywhere. Aurors patrolled King's Cross, checking identities and scanning for dark magic. Parents huddled close to their children, eyes darting nervously at any unexpected sound. As they prepared to board the Hogwarts Express, Mrs. Weasley hugged each of them fiercely, her eyes bright with unshed tears. When she reached Harry, she held him a beat longer than usual. "Take care of yourself," she whispered. "Let yourself be happy where you can find it. Life's too short, especially now." Before Harry could respond, she'd moved on to Ron, leaving him pondering her words. As the final boarding call sounded, he glanced around for Tonks, spotting her near the barrier where she stood guard. Their eyes met across the crowded platform. Without a word, she touched 2 fingers to her heart, then pointed them toward him, a silent promise. Harry returned the gesture, a lump forming in his throat. Whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts, whatever dangers Voldemort presented, they would face them connected, even when apart. The return to Hogwarts brought immediate changes. Professor Slughorn had indeed been persuaded to return, but as potions master rather than defense against the dark arts teacher. This unexpected development left Harry reeling when Dumbledore announced that Severus Snape would be taking the defense position he'd coveted for years. "That's just brilliant," Harry muttered to Ron and Hermione as they left the welcome feast. As if Snape wasn't awful enough in potions. "Look on the bright side," Ron suggested. "Defense professors never last more than a year. Snape'll be gone by June." This morbidly cheerful observation carried Harry through the first unsettling defense lesson, where Snape seemed to take particular pleasure in demonstrating nonverbal spells that sent Harry crashing into walls. The first weekend at Hogwarts brought another surprise, a notice for Quidditch team trials alongside an invitation from Dumbledore for private lessons. The latter both excited and unnerved Harry. What could Dumbledore possibly teach him that would help against Voldemort? That evening, alone in his dormitory, Harry finally had a chance to use the mirror. "How's Hogwarts?" Tonks asked when her face appeared in the glass. "Weird," Harry admitted. "Snape's teaching defense, Slughorn's collecting famous students for his club, and Dumbledore wants to give me private lessons." "Private lessons?" Tonks looked intrigued. "Any idea what about?" "None. First one's next week." He hesitated. "How are things at the ministry?" Her expression darkened. "Tense. Scrimgeour's implementing new security protocols daily. Half the department's hunting Death Eaters, the other half's protecting potential targets. She lowered her voice further. And there's talk of infiltration, ministry employees under Imperius. That's how it started last time, isn't it? Harry asked, remembering the history Sirius had shared. Exactly like last time, Tonks confirmed grimly. Makes trusting colleagues complicated. Constant vigilance and all that. They talked for nearly an hour, about order business, about Harry's classes, about the increasingly dangerous world beyond Hogwarts walls. Before ending the call, Tonks's expression grew serious. Harry, there's something you should know. I've requested assignment to Hogsmeade security for all visit weekends. That's brilliant. Harry exclaimed, then caught himself when Ron shifted in his sleep. When's the first visit? October. A smile touched her lips. Meaning you have approximately 6 weeks to explain to Ron and Hermione why you'll be ditching them during Hogsmeade trips. Harry grimaced. That conversation should be interesting. They're your best friends. They'll understand. I hope so. He wasn't entirely convinced. Ron and Hermione had stood by him through everything, but this felt different, more personal, more adult. I'll find the right moment. The right moment came sooner than expected. The following evening in the common room, while working on Snape's particularly vindictive essay on nonverbal defensive spells, Hermione broached the subject Harry had been avoiding. You've been different since the Department of Mysteries, she observed quietly, while Ron was distracted by a nearby chess game. Not just about Sirius. Something else has changed. Harry looked up from his parchment, meeting her perceptive gaze. What makes you say that? Little things. The way you check that mirror when you think no one's watching. How you and Tonks barely looked at each other at the burrow, like you were trying too hard to seem casual. She held up a hand when Harry started to protest. I'm not judging, Harry. I'm just concerned. Harry set down his quill, considering his response. What exactly are you concerned about? That you're isolating yourself. That whatever's going on with Tonks is pulling you away from the people who've always been there for you. Her expression was sincere, worried. We're your friends, Harry. We want to help. The genuine care in her voice made Harry's decision easier. You're right that something's changed, he admitted quietly. But it's not what you think. I'm not pulling away. I'm just figuring things out. What things? Harry glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then cast a subtle Muffliato charm, one of the few useful spells he'd gleaned from Snape's old potions book. Tonks and I have been close since last year, he explained carefully. It started with her giving me extra defense training, then evolved into friendship, and now. He trailed off, unsure how to articulate the complex relationship that had developed. Hermione's eyes widened. Now you're together. Romantically? Harry nodded, waiting for her disapproval, her lecture about age differences or professional boundaries. Instead, she was quiet for a long moment, her analytical mind clearly processing this revelation. That actually makes sense, she said finally. It does? Harry asked, surprised. The timing fits. You started improving dramatically at DA sessions around when she must have been teaching you. And at the Department of Mysteries, the way she fought to reach you. Hermione nodded slowly. Plus, she's young enough to understand you but experienced enough to help you navigate everything you're facing. Relief washed through Harry. So you're not going to tell me it's inappropriate or dangerous or, oh, it's definitely dangerous, Hermione interrupted matter-of-factly. But so is being Harry Potter's friend, and that hasn't stopped Ron and me. She smiled slightly. As for inappropriate, well, these aren't normal circumstances, are they? We're in a war. The usual rules don't quite apply. Harry stared at her, momentarily speechless. That's remarkably understanding. Don't look so shocked, she said, rolling her eyes. I'm capable of seeing beyond rule books occasionally. Her expression softened. Does she make you happy, Harry? Truly. Yes, he answered without hesitation. She sees me, not the boy who lived or the chosen one. Just me. Hermione reached across the table, squeezing his hand briefly. Then I'm happy for you. And I'll help you tell Ron, if you want. He might need a bit more time to process. As it turned out, Ron took the news with surprising equanimity when Harry and Hermione explained the situation the following day. Blimey, was his initial response. An or. That's actually pretty cool, mate. You're not weirded out by the age difference? Harry asked cautiously. Ron shrugged. Bill's dating Fleur, and she's what, 6 years younger? Besides, Tonks doesn't really seem like a proper adult, does she? No offense, he added hastily. Just mean she's not all stuffy and boring like Percy. Harry laughed, tension draining from his shoulders. None taken. And you're right, she's not exactly conventional. So that's why you've been sneaking off with that mirror, Ron said, the pieces falling into place. Thought you might be talking to Sirius's portrait or something. No, just Tonks. Harry hesitated. I'd appreciate if this stayed between us, though. The fewer people who know, the safer for both of us. His friends nodded solemnly, understanding the implications of Harry's relationship becoming public knowledge in a world where Voldemort targeted those closest to him. With that hurdle cleared, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Having Ron and Hermione's support made everything else, Quidditch captain duties, Slughorn's persistent invitations, even Snape's antagonism in defense class, seem more manageable. Dumbledore's first lesson proved unlike anything Harry had anticipated. Instead of advanced defensive magic or dueling techniques, the headmaster introduced Harry to the pensieve and a series of memories concerning Voldemort's origins as Tom Riddle. Understanding your enemy is the first step toward defeating him, Dumbledore explained as they emerged from the memory of Riddle's orphanage. Tom Riddle's transformation into Lord Voldemort was not merely magical but psychological. To exploit his weaknesses, we must first comprehend his motivations. Harry left the lesson with his mind spinning, eager to share what he'd learned with Tonks. Their mirror conversation that night stretched for hours as they analyzed Riddle's childhood, his obsession with his heritage, and the significance of Dumbledore's approach. He's teaching you to think strategically, Tonks observed. Not just about spells and magical power, but about psychology and motivation. It feels slow, Harry admitted. Voldemort's out there killing people now, and I'm watching memories of him as a child. Foundations matter, Harry. You can't fight effectively if you don't understand what you're fighting against. Her expression grew thoughtful. Riddle's fixation on his wizard heritage, his rejection of his Muggle father, it's all part of understanding what drives him now. Their discussions continued after each lesson with Dumbledore, with Tonks offering insights from her Auror training that helped Harry see connections the headmaster had only hinted at. These conversations became a ritual. Dumbledore would present the memories, but Harry and Tonks would analyze them together, forming a deeper understanding than Harry could have achieved alone. As September melted into October, life at Hogwarts settled into a tense rhythm. News of disappearances and deaths regularly arrived with the morning owls. Students were escorted between classes by teachers. Defense against the dark arts, despite Snape's malevolent presence, became everyone's most attentively followed subject. The first Hogsmeade weekend arrived with a bitter wind that matched the general mood of the castle. Students bundled in scarves and gloves, eagerly anticipating the brief escape from Hogwarts' increasingly oppressive atmosphere. Harry, Ron, and Hermione waited in the entrance hall as Filch checked their names against the approved list, his suspicious gaze lingering on Harry as always. "You're sure you don't mind me disappearing later?" Harry asked his friends quietly. "For the 100th time, no," Hermione replied, rolling her eyes. "Ron and I are perfectly capable of entertaining ourselves." Ron nodded agreement, though his ears had turned suspiciously pink. Harry suspected his friends didn't mind having some time alone either, given the tentative shift in their relationship he'd observed recently. The village of Hogsme had changed dramatically since their last visit. Many shops were boarded up, including Zonko's joke shop. Wanted posters featuring escaped Death Eaters plastered every available surface. Aurors patrolled in pairs, wands at the ready, their expressions alert for any sign of trouble. They visited Honeydukes first, then the 3 broomsticks for butterbeer. As they nursed their drinks, Harry scanned the crowded pub, looking for any sign of Tonks. They'd arranged to meet after he spent some time with Ron and Hermione, but he couldn't help hoping for a glimpse of her sooner. Looking for someone, came a gruff voice beside their table. Harry turned to find a weather-beaten wizard with a grey beard and patch over one eye, an Auror by his robes, though not one Harry recognized. Just keeping an eye out, Harry replied carefully. The Auror's visible eye crinkled slightly. Good lad. Constant vigilance and all that. He leaned closer, ostensibly checking their butterbeers, and whispered, "Meet me behind Scrivenshafts in 20 minutes. Come alone." As the Auror moved away to continue his patrol, Hermione raised an eyebrow. "I'm guessing that wasn't actually a random Auror." "Pink eye," Harry confirmed quietly, fighting a smile. "Tonks's signature." Ron shook his head, impressed. "Mental how good she is at disguises. I'd never have spotted her." 20 minutes later, Harry made his excuses to Ron and Hermione, who were deep in conversation about whether Fred and George might buy out the vacant Zonko's premises. He slipped out of the 3 broomsticks and made his way to the narrow alley behind Scrivenshaft's quill shop. The grizzled Auror was waiting, casting casual surveillance spells that Harry recognized from their training sessions the previous year. "Anyone follow you?" Tonks asked in her disguised voice. "Don't think so," Harry replied. "Though with the village crawling with Aurors and teachers, it's hard to be certain." "Good enough." Tonks cast additional privacy charms around them, then morphed back to her natural appearance, violet hair today, heart-shaped face alight with genuine happiness at seeing him. "Watch her, Harry." The transformation was so striking that Harry couldn't help himself. He closed the distance between them, pulling her into a kiss that quickly deepened from greeting to something far more intense. Her hands came up to frame his face as she responded with equal fervor, months of separation and carefully maintained distance dissolving in an instant. When they finally broke apart, both slightly breathless, Tonks grinned. "Missed me, did you?" "You have no idea," Harry replied, keeping his arms around her waist. "Talking through mirrors isn't the same. Tell me about it." She studied his face, her expression softening. "How are you really doing? Not the edited version you give your friends or Dumbledore." "The truth." Harry considered the question, appreciating that she'd asked it. "Honestly? I'm scared," he admitted. "Not of dying, I've faced that before. I'm scared of failing. Of not being what everyone needs me to be when it matters most." Tonks nodded, understanding in her eyes. "The weight of prophecy." "Exactly. Dumbledore's lessons are interesting, but I keep wondering if learning about Riddle's childhood is really going to help me defeat him." He sighed, leaning his forehead against hers. "People are dying while I'm watching memories in a pensive." "You need to trust that Dumbledore has a plan," Tonks said gently. "He wouldn't waste your time with these memories if they weren't crucial." "I know. It's just, frustrating." Harry pulled back slightly to look at her properly. "What about you? How are things really at the Ministry?" A shadow crossed Tonks's face. "Bad and getting worse. 3 more disappearances this week that didn't make the papers. And Scrimgeour's so focused on appearing strong that he's missing the deeper infiltration." "The Imperious victims?" She nodded grimly. "I've reported suspicious behavior twice, been overruled both times. Insufficient evidence, they said. Meanwhile, classified information keeps leaking to Voldemort's side." Harry's arms tightened around her. "Be careful, Tonks. If they suspect you know." "I'm being cautious," she assured him. "Mad Eyes taught me well." A mischievous smile suddenly lit her face. Speaking of which, he asked about you the other day. Said, and I quote, Potter's still practicing those shield variations you taught him? He knows. Harry asked, alarmed. Relax. Mad Eye knows everything, it's his superpower. But he's also surprisingly discreet. She chuckled. I think he approves, in his paranoid way. Said you've got good combat instincts and acceptable situational awareness, which is high praise from him. The tension eased from Harry's shoulders. Well, that's one more person who doesn't think we're completely mental. Add Sirius and Remus to that list, Tonks said softly. Remus told me Sirius suspected something was developing between us before the ministry. Said he was pleased about it. The mention of Sirius brought a bittersweet pang, but not the crushing grief of months past. I wish he could have seen us now, Harry said quietly. Properly together, I mean. Me too. Tonks's eyes shimmered slightly. But he knew, Harry. In his own way, he gave us his blessing. They spent the next hour in a small, private room above the 3 broomsticks that Tonks had arranged in advance, talking, laughing, and simply enjoying each other's physical presence after months of separation. When the time came for Harry to return to the castle, they walked to the edge of the village together, Tonks once again disguised as the grizzled Auror. Next Hogsmeade weekend's not until December, Harry said regretfully as they approached the point where they'd need to part. I know. Tonks sighed. But we've still got the mirrors. And I might be able to arrange an official security consultation at Hogwarts before then. She winked her real eye beneath the disguise. Perks of being an Auror. As they said their goodbyes, a distant commotion drew their attention toward the main street. Students were gathering in a circle, voices raised in alarm. Something's wrong, Harry said, instantly alert. They rushed toward the crowd, Tonks immediately stepping into her Auror role. Ministry Auror, make way, she called in her disguised voice, pushing through the circle of onlookers. At the center, Harry found a horrifying scene. Katie Bell, a Gryffindor chaser, was suspended 6 feet in the air, her arms outstretched as if crucified, her face contorted in a silent scream. On the ground beneath her lay a package wrapped in brown paper, partially open to reveal what looked like an ornate silver necklace. Don't touch that. Tonks barked, recognizing the dark artifact instantly. Everyone back. Now. As students scrambled to obey, Katie suddenly dropped to the ground, convulsing violently. Her friend Leanne rushed forward, only to be restrained by Professor McGonagall, who had just arrived on the scene. What happened? McGonagall demanded, her face pale beneath her tartan hat. She touched it, Leanne sobbed, pointing to the necklace. It was supposed to be a delivery for someone at Hogwarts. She went to the bathroom in the 3 broomsticks, came back acting oddly, insisted we had to take it to the castle. While McGonagall organized Katie's transport to the hospital wing, Tonks carefully levitated the cursed necklace into a conjured containment field. Opal necklace, she explained quietly to Harry when she had a moment. Extremely dark magic. Designed to kill the wearer instantly. Her disguised face was grim. Someone put Katie under Imperius, had her deliver this to a target at Hogwarts. Who? Harry asked, his mind racing. That's the question, isn't it? Tonks glanced around at the frightened students being herded back toward the castle. Someone significant enough to warrant assassination. Could be Dumbledore. Could be, me, Harry finished. Their eyes met in mutual understanding. The war had just arrived at Hogwarts. The attack on Katie Bell changed everything. Hogsmeade visits were suspended indefinitely. Security at Hogwarts tightened further, with teachers escorting students between all classes. The atmosphere in the castle became one of barely contained fear. For Harry, the incident reinforced his growing suspicion about Draco Malfoy's involvement with the Death Eaters, a theory Ron and Hermione dismissed as obsessive, but which Tonks took more seriously during their mirror conversations. Narcissa's been seen at Borgin and Burke's, she confirmed when Harry shared his suspicions about Malfoy's visit to the same shop over the summer. Could have been arranging delivery of the necklace, though we've got no proof. Malfoy's been different this year, Harry insisted. Distracted, nervous. Keeps disappearing from the Marauders map for hours at a time. Worth watching, Tonks agreed. Just don't confront him directly. If he is working for Voldemort, he's desperate and dangerous. As autumn deepened toward winter, Harry continued his lessons with Dumbledore, learning about Riddle's time at Hogwarts, his obsession with his Slytherin heritage, and his early experiments with dark magic. Gradually, a pattern emerged: Riddle's fascination with significant magical artifacts, particularly those associated with Hogwarts founders. He's building towards something, Harry told Tonks after a particularly revealing session involving a memory about Riddle's encounter with Hepzibah Smith and her treasured Hufflepuff cup. Dumbledore's hinting at it, but not saying outright. Classic Dumbledore, Tonks replied, her face in the mirror looking tired after a long aura shift. Breadcrumbs of information, leading you to figure it out yourself. It's frustrating, Harry admitted. If he knows something crucial about defeating Voldemort, why not just tell me directly? Because learning the process is as important as knowing the answer, she suggested. Or maybe because he's not entirely certain himself and needs your perspective. These discussions helped Harry process Dumbledore's cryptic lessons, finding connections the headmaster had only implied. Together, they pieced together a disturbing pattern in Voldemort's history, his systematic collection and corruption of historically significant magical artifacts. December brought swirling snow and the promise of Christmas holidays. To Harry's disappointment, Hogsmeade visits remained suspended, eliminating his chance to see Tonks before the break. However, an unexpected opportunity arose when Dumbledore mentioned needing Harry to remain at Hogwarts for one additional day before departing for the Burrow. I've arranged for Auror Escort to collect you on the 24th, Dumbledore informed him after their final lesson of the term. A certain Metamorphmagus volunteered most enthusiastically for the assignment. Harry's heart leapt, though he tried to keep his expression neutral. That's fine, sir. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled knowingly. I thought you might find the arrangement acceptable. He paused, then added more seriously, Harry, about your relationship with Nymphadora, Professor, Harry interrupted, suddenly defensive, I know what you're going to say, but, do you? Dumbledore asked mildly. I rather doubt it, as I myself am not entirely certain what I wish to say. He sighed, looking uncharacteristically uncertain. I have lived a very long life, Harry, yet find myself unqualified to offer romantic advice. I can only observe that in dark times, connections of the heart become both more precious and more perilous. Harry waited, unsure where Dumbledore was heading with this unusually personal conversation. What I will say, the headmaster continued after a moment, is that I have watched you carry burdens no young person should face, with remarkable courage and integrity. You have earned the right to find joy where you can. His expression grew solemn. But remember that Voldemort exploits connections between people. The stronger the bond, the more vulnerable it makes you to manipulation. You mean like with Sirius, Harry said quietly. Precisely. Though I would add that vulnerability need not mean weakness, if properly understood and prepared for. Dumbledore smiled gently. Nymphadora is an exceptionally capable witch and a skilled occlumens. Your choice of companion demonstrates excellent judgment, if I may say so. Stunned by what amounted to explicit approval, Harry could only nod. Now, Dumbledore continued briskly, I suggest you focus on completing your term assignments before the holidays. I understand Professor Snape has been particularly thorough in his defense requirements this year. The conversation left Harry both relieved and thoughtful. Dumbledore's warnings about Voldemort exploiting connections weren't new, but his acknowledgement of Harry's right to pursue happiness despite those dangers felt significant. When Harry related the conversation to Tonks through their mirror that night, she seemed equally surprised. Well, that's unexpected, she said, her currently teal hair bright against the darkness of her flat. Dumbledore giving relationship advice? Next you'll tell me McGonagall's teaching dance lessons. He didn't exactly give advice, Harry clarified. More like, acknowledgement that we're not completely mental for caring about each other during a war. High praise from the wizard who's spent a century married to his work, Tonks quipped, then grew more serious. But he's right about Voldemort exploiting connections. We need to be prepared for that. How? Harry asked, the memory of his disastrous attempt to save Sirius still haunting him. By establishing verification protocols, she replied, slipping into Auror mode. Ways to confirm communications are genuine before acting on them. And by strengthening your occlumency, not Snape's brutal version, but the techniques we've been practicing. They spent the next hour developing code phrases and security questions only they would know, creating layers of protection against the kind of manipulation Voldemort had used before. By the time they said goodnight, Harry felt marginally better prepared, though the underlying threat remained sobering. The remainder of term passed in a flurry of assignments and end-of-year activities. Slughorn's Christmas party provided a brief distraction, though Harry spent most of it dodging the professor's attempts to introduce him to valuable contacts, while simultaneously keeping an eye on Malfoy, who had crashed the event looking paler and more strained than ever. Finally, the castle emptied as students departed for the holidays, leaving Harry in the unusual position of being almost alone at Hogwarts. Even Ron and Hermione had left a day early, promising to see him at the Burrow for Christmas. On the morning of the 24th, Harry waited in the entrance hall with his packed trunk, anticipation building. At precisely 10 o'clock, the massive oak doors swung open to reveal Tonks, her hair festively red and green for the season, a broad smile lighting her face. Special delivery for one Harry Potter, she announced cheerfully. Ministry-approved escort to the Burrow, at your service. Harry grinned, resisting the urge to rush forward and embrace her in full view of the few remaining staff members. Right on time, Auror Tonks. Punctuality's my middle name, she replied with a wink, then tripped spectacularly over his trunk, sending both of them sprawling onto the stone floor. After Grace, obviously, Harry laughed, helping her up. Shut it, you, she muttered, though her eyes danced with mirth. Once they'd collected Harry's belongings and bid farewell to the remaining professors, they made their way down the path toward Hogsmeade, where they could apparate to the Burrow. The snow crunched beneath their boots, their breath forming clouds in the crisp winter air. So, Tonks said casually, we've got about 20 minutes before we're expected at the Burrow. Oh. Harry raised an eyebrow. And what did you have in mind for those 20 minutes? Well, I know this lovely little cottage on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, she replied, her tone deliberately innocent. Belongs to Hestia Jones, she's letting me use it as a safe house during Hogwarts assignments. Thought we might stop by to check the security. Very professional of you, Harry said seriously, fighting a smile. Security checks are essential in these dangerous times. Exactly. Constant vigilance and all that. The cottage proved to be a small, cozy affair, one main room with a fireplace, kitchenette, and a door leading to what Harry presumed was a bedroom. Tonks performed several actual security checks before seemingly satisfied with their privacy. 20 minutes isn't long, she said, turning to face him properly for the first time since her arrival. But I'll take what I can get. They met in the middle of the room, months of separation dissolving as Harry pulled her close. Their kiss was both familiar and new, passionate but unhurried, a reconnection rather than a prelude. I've missed you, Harry murmured against her lips. The real you, not just your voice through a mirror. Likewise, she replied, her hands framing his face. Though I have to say, you look exhausted up close. Those lessons with Dumbledore taking a toll. Harry nodded, appreciating her perceptiveness. That, and keeping tabs on Malfoy, and Snape's impossible defense essays. Not to mention carrying the weight of a prophecy, Tonks added softly, brushing his hair back from his forehead. You're doing remarkably well, considering. I have good support, he replied, meaning it. Their mirror conversations had been a lifeline throughout the increasingly tense term, a space where he could voice fears he kept hidden from others, where strategies could be discussed without judgment, where moments of normalcy could be found amid the gathering darkness. They settled on the small sofa before the fire, Tonks curled against Harry's side, her head on his shoulder. There was something profoundly comforting about the physical contact after months of separation, the warmth of her body against his, the subtle scent of her hair, the steady rhythm of her breathing. "We should probably head to the burrow soon," Tonks said eventually, though she made no move to rise. "Molly will send out a search party if we're late." 5 more minutes, Harry negotiated, tightening his arm around her shoulders. She chuckled, the sound vibrating against his chest. 5 minutes. Then we really do need to move. I'm officially on duty, after all. Very dedicated to your job, Tonks, Harry teased. Only the most important parts, she replied, tilting her face up for another kiss. When they finally arrived at the burrow, slightly later than planned but with Tonks's hair hastily morphed into a professional brown to mask their activities, they were greeted with controlled chaos. Mrs. Weasley bustled forward, enveloping Harry in a bone-crushing hug before turning to Tonks with equal warmth. "Thank you for bringing him safely, dear," she said, ushering them both inside. "You'll stay for dinner, of course." "Would love to, Molly, but I'm on night patrol in Hogsmeade," Tonks replied regretfully. "Just dropping off the precious cargo as ordered." Harry caught the subtle emphasis and fought a smile. Despite their agreement to maintain professional appearances in public, Tonks couldn't resist the occasional hint only he would understand. The burrow was decorated for Christmas with magical garlands that sang carols and fairy lights that actually contained tiny, glowing fairies. The delicious aroma of Mrs. Weasley's cooking permeated every corner, and the wireless played festive music in the background. After the tension of Hogwarts, the warmth and normality were almost overwhelming. Ron and Hermione greeted Harry enthusiastically, immediately pulling him aside to update him on developments, Mr. Weasley's promotion at the Ministry, Fred and George's booming business despite the war, and Bill's upcoming visit with Fleur. "You look better," Hermione observed quietly when Ron had been distracted by the twins. "More present." Harry glanced toward Tonks, who was chatting with Mrs. Weasley near the kitchen door. "Amazing what 20 minutes can do," he replied with a small smile. Hermione rolled her eyes but smiled back. "I'm glad you had some time together. You both deserve it." When Tonks prepared to leave an hour later, Harry walked her to the garden gate under the pretense of asking a security question about Hogwarts. Away from curious eyes, they shared a brief but tender goodbye. "I'm back on Hogsmeade duty after the holidays," Tonks said, her breath visible in the cold evening air. "If they reinstate village visits, we might manage to see each other. And if not, we've still got the mirrors," Harry replied, squeezing her hand. "Be careful out there, Tonks. You too." She brushed a snowflake from his cheek. "Happy Christmas, Harry." "Happy Christmas." As she disappeared with a soft pop of apparition, Harry stood for a moment in the gently falling snow, savoring the lingering warmth of her touch and the knowledge that despite the gathering darkness, despite the prophecy and Voldemort and the uncertain future, he had found something worth fighting for. Something even Dumbledore acknowledged as powerful magic in its own right. Christmas at the Burrow provided a much-needed respite from the tension of the term. For a few precious days, Harry could almost pretend they were living in normal times, playing Quidditch in the snow-covered orchard, helping Mrs. Weasley prepare elaborate meals, exchanging gifts by the fire on Christmas morning. The mirror conversations with Tonks continued nightly, though they were necessarily brief given the crowded house. She reported increasing Death Eater activity in wizarding communities across Britain, with the Ministry struggling to respond effectively. Scrimgeours focusing too much on visible security, she explained on Boxing Day, her voice low in the mirror as Harry huddled under blankets in Ron's room. Show rather than substance. Meanwhile, 3 more Ministry officials have started behaving strangely. Classic imperious indicators. "Have you reported it?" Harry asked. To Mad Eye, yes. Going through official channels has proven ineffective. Her expression was grim. The infiltration is deeper than most realize. These sobering updates served as reminders that the holiday peace was merely an illusion. The war continued beyond the borough's protective enchantments, growing in intensity with each passing day. Reality intruded more directly when Percy Weasley arrived unexpectedly on Christmas Day, accompanied by the new Minister of Magic himself. Scrimgeour's transparent attempt to use Percy's family visit as cover for meeting Harry left a sour taste in everyone's mouth. "Wanted to recruit you as the Ministry's poster boy, did he?" Tonks asked that night, unsurprised when Harry recounted the conversation. "Offered to provide access to Ministry resources if I just pop into the Ministry occasionally, let myself be seen supporting their efforts," Harry confirmed. "Said people would be reassured to know the Chosen One was backing the Ministry." Classic Scrimgeour, Tonks sighed. "He's not wrong about people needing hope, but his methods are pure politics." "I told him I'm Dumbledore's man, through and through," Harry said, unable to keep a hint of defiance from his voice. Tonks smiled, pride evident in her expression even through the small mirror. "Good for you. Standing your ground against the Minister of Magic, add that to your list of accomplishments." The return to Hogwarts after New Year brought immediate challenges. Katie Bell remained at St. Mungo's, leaving the Gryffindor Quidditch team short a chaser. Apparition lessons began for 6th years, adding another layer of stress to their already demanding schedules. And Dumbledore's lessons continued, delving deeper into Riddle's transformation into Voldemort. The most significant development came during their first lesson of the new term, when Dumbledore revealed a crucial memory from Slughorn, or rather, a suspiciously edited version of a memory involving young Tom Riddle asking about something called Horcruxes. "He's tampered with his own memory," Harry reported to Tonks that night. "Dumbledore says it's the most important piece of the puzzle, but Slughorn's too ashamed to share the true version." "And Dumbledore wants you to get it from him," Tonks surmised. "Clever. Slughorn might resist Dumbledore, but his favorite new student? That's another matter. Except I've got no idea how to convince him. He's mortified about whatever happened, changes the subject any time I get close to mentioning Voldemort or his school days." "You'll need leverage," Tonks said thoughtfully. "Something he wants badly enough to overcome his shame." This advice proved prescient when Harry stumbled upon the perfect opportunity weeks later, a vial of Felix Felici's, liquid luck he'd won in potions class. Under its influence, Harry finally extracted the true memory from Slughorn, confirmation that Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, objects containing fragments of his soul, rendering him effectively immortal unless all were destroyed. "It's how he survived when the killing curse rebounded," Harry explained urgently through the mirror after sharing the memory with Dumbledore. "His body was destroyed, but his soul remained tethered to the living world through these Horcruxes." Tonks's face was grave in the mirror's reflection. "That explains a lot. The diary from your 2nd year, that must have been one. And whatever Dumbledore's been hunting during his absences from Hogwarts." "More Horcruxes," Harry confirmed. "He thinks Voldemort made 6 deliberately, plus the unintentional piece that still resides in his recreated body." 7 fragments total, Tonks murmured. "Magically significant number." They spent hours discussing implications, potential Horcrux identities, and strategies for locating them. Tonks's Auror training provided valuable insights about tracking dark magical signatures, while Harry's direct experience with the diary Horcrux offered crucial practical knowledge. "The diary fought back when I stabbed it with the basilisk fang," Harry recalled. "Screamed and bled ink. These things won't be destroyed easily." As winter thawed into spring, their mirror conversations increasingly focused on Horcrux theories, analyzing Dumbledore's memories for clues about what objects Voldemort might have chosen. Gradually, they assembled a list of possibilities: the Slytherin locket, Hufflepuff's cup, something of Ravenclaw's, perhaps something of Gryffindor's, and the diary that had already been destroyed. "That's only 5, Tonks pointed out. Plus Voldemort himself makes 6. What's the 7th? "Dumbledore has theories," Harry replied carefully. "He's not shared them all yet." This partial truth concealed his growing suspicion: based on Dumbledore's expressions during their discussions, that something about Harry himself factored into the Horcrux equation. The prospect was too disturbing to voice, even to Tonks, until he had more concrete information. Meanwhile, life at Hogwarts grew increasingly tense. Draco Malfoy looked more haunted with each passing week, disappearing for hours into what Harry now suspected was the Room of Requirement. Katie Bell finally returned from St. Mungo's but had no memory of who had cursed her. And Dumbledore's absences from the castle became more frequent, often leaving McGonagall in charge with no explanation for the headmaster's whereabouts. The only bright spot came in April, when Hogsmeade visits were cautiously reinstated with added security measures. The announcement sent a ripple of excitement through the school, a rare opportunity for normalcy amid growing darkness. For Harry, it meant the chance to see Tonks in person for the first time since Christmas. Their mirror conversation the night before the visit was filled with barely contained anticipation. "I'll be on official patrol," Tonks explained, her hair cycling through excited color changes despite her professional tone. "But I've arranged a 2-hour break mid-afternoon. Same cottage as Christmas Eve." "I'll be there," Harry promised. "Ron and Hermione are covering for me, told everyone else I'm meeting a Quidditch scout about professional opportunities after Hogwarts." "Technically not a lie," Tonks teased. "I did play chaser for Hufflepuff." The Hogsmeade visit dawned clear and mild, perfect spring weather that matched Harry's mood. The village had changed again since their December visit, more shops reopened, though security remained tight with Aurors patrolling every street and checking identities at random. Harry spotted Tonks immediately upon arrival, today disguised as a middle-aged witch with auburn hair, wearing standard Auror robes as she supervised the student entrance to the village. She maintained her professional demeanor as he passed, though he caught the briefest pink flash in her otherwise brown eyes. After spending the morning with Ron and Hermione, visiting Honeydukes and the Three Broomsticks, Harry made his excuses and slipped away toward the cottage on the village outskirts. His heart raced with anticipation as he approached the familiar door, casting the security verification spell Tonks had taught him before entering. She was waiting inside, back in her natural appearance with violet hair and bright eyes, a smile breaking across her face as he closed the door behind him. "Watch her, Harry," she said softly. They met in the middle of the room, months of separation collapsing into a kiss that quickly deepened beyond greeting into something more urgent. Harry's hands tangled in her hair as she pressed closer, the controlled care of their Christmas meeting giving way to more desperate need. "Missed you," she murmured against his lips. "So much." "Show me," he challenged gently. What followed was a profound connection, physical and emotional, that transcended their previous encounters. In the cottage's small bedroom, they expressed everything words couldn't capture: the fear of separation in dangerous times, the intensity of finding someone who truly sees you, the defiance of claiming joy amid darkness. Afterward, they lay tangled together in the cottage's narrow bed, a shared blanket wrapped around them as afternoon sunlight filtered through lace curtains. "That was..." Harry began, struggling to find words adequate to the experience. "Yeah," Tonks agreed, her head resting on his chest. "It was." They remained quiet for several minutes, content in the physical connection that had been denied them for months. Harry traced patterns on her bare shoulder, marveling at how her skin sometimes rippled with subtle color changes in response to his touch, an unconscious reaction of her metamorphmagus abilities. "I need to tell you something," Tonks said eventually, her voice serious despite their intimate position. "Something I probably should have mentioned sooner." Harry tensed slightly, his hand stilling on her shoulder. "What is it?" "Remus asked me out. Several times, actually, over the past few months." She propped herself up on one elbow to meet his eyes. "I declined, obviously, but he doesn't know why. Thinks I'm just not interested." "Oh." Harry wasn't sure how to respond. He'd noticed Lupin's attentiveness toward Tonks at order meetings but hadn't realized it extended to actual romantic interest. "How do you feel about that?" "Conflicted," she admitted. "Remus is a good man, someone I respect enormously. In another life, without the war, without you, maybe there could have been something there. A twinge of something, not quite jealousy, but adjacent, flared in Harry's chest. And now? Now I'm exactly where I want to be, she said firmly. But I'm telling you because secrets have a way of becoming complications, especially in the Order. If things go sideways, if information gets compromised. Harry understood her concern. Their relationship remained private, known only to Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, and possibly Mad Eye. If circumstances forced a wider revelation, Lupin's unreciprocated feelings could create tension at precisely the wrong moment. Should we tell him? Harry asked. About us? Tonks considered this. Not yet. He's deep undercover with the werewolf packs right now, and direct communication would put him at risk. She sighed, settling back against Harry's chest. I just wanted you to know. No secrets between us. No secrets, Harry agreed, kissing the top of her head. They stayed entwined until their time inevitably ran short. As they reluctantly dressed, preparing to return to their separate roles, Tonks broached another difficult subject. There's something else we should discuss. About the future. She fastened her aura robes with practiced movements. Specifically, what happens after Hogwarts. Harry paused in pulling on his jumper. You mean if I survive Voldemort? When you survive, she corrected firmly. But yes, I've been thinking about what comes next. For us. The concept of after was one Harry rarely allowed himself to consider. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, Voldemort's growing power, all created a mental barrier beyond which planning seemed almost presumptuous. What did you have in mind? He asked cautiously. Nothing specific, Tonks assured him. Just acknowledgement that we're building towards something real. Something that doesn't end when the war does. She met his gaze directly. I love you, Harry. Not as a wartime comfort or a secret affair. I want a future with you, if you want that too. The simple declaration struck Harry with unexpected force. Throughout his life, future had been an abstract concept, always contingent on survival against increasingly overwhelming odds. Yet here was Tonks, offering something concrete beyond the prophecy, a reason to fight that went beyond duty or destiny. I want that, he said, surprised by the certainty in his voice. I want a future with you, Tonks. After all this is over. Her smile was luminous. Then we have one more thing worth fighting for. They sealed this promise with a final kiss before reluctantly separating, Tonks resuming her patrol disguise, Harry returning to the main village to rejoin his friends. The afternoon had shifted something fundamental between them, transforming their connection from present-focused survival to a shared vision of what might follow. For the first time, Harry allowed himself to imagine a life beyond Voldemort, not just victory, but what he might build with that victory. A future with Tonks. A life defined by his choices rather than prophecy or destiny. It was, he realized, the most powerful motivation he could imagine. The hopeful interlude in Hogsmeade proved short-lived. Within days of returning to Hogwarts, the situation deteriorated dramatically. Dumbledore departed on another mysterious absence, Katie Bell was attacked a second time, though less seriously, and Harry's obsessive monitoring of the Marauders map revealed Draco Malfoy spending increasing hours in the Room of Requirement, often accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle disguised as young girls through what Harry suspected was Polyjuice Potion. He's planning something big, Harry insisted during his mirror conversation with Tonks. Something that needs lookouts. I believe you, Tonks replied, taking his concerns more seriously than Ron and Hermione had. Narcissa's been seen meeting known Death Eaters at their manor. The question is what exactly they're planning, and when. I think it's linked to Dumbledore's absences, Harry speculated. Malfoy's activity increases whenever the headmaster leaves the castle. This pattern continued through May, with tension building like a thunderstorm on the horizon. Harry divided his time between Quidditch practices, monitoring Malfoy's movements, and poring over the Half-Blood Prince's potions book for any spells that might prove useful in what he increasingly sensed would be a direct confrontation. Then came the night that changed everything. Harry was studying in the Gryffindor common room when his communication mirror activated unexpectedly. Tonks's face appeared, her expression urgent. "Harry, listen carefully," she said, her voice low and tense. "Hogwarts may be attacked tonight. Death Eater movement near Hogsmeade, coordinated patterns we haven't seen before." Harry's blood ran cold. "Dumbledore's not here, left this afternoon." "I know. That's why I'm concerned. The timing is suspicious." Her eyes darted to something off-mirror. "I've alerted McGonagall, and the Order is mobilizing, but I need you to verify something." "What?" "Check if Malfoy's in the castle right now. Use your map." Harry pulled the Marauder's map from his pocket, activating it with a whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." His eyes scanned the parchment, searching for Malfoy's dot among the hundreds moving throughout the castle. "He's not here," Harry confirmed after a thorough check. "Neither are Crabbe and Goyle." Tonks swore softly. "Harry, I need you to gather the DA, the core members you trust absolutely. Have them patrol the corridors, especially near the Room of Requirement. Don't engage directly if you spot Death Eaters, just alert the staff immediately." "You think Malfoy's found a way to bring them into the castle," Harry said, the pieces falling into place. "It's a working theory." Tonks's expression was grim. "I'm heading to Hogwarts now with as many Order members as we can gather. Stay safe until we arrive." "Wait," Harry said urgently before she could end the connection. "There's something else you should know. Before Dumbledore left, he made me promise to find him immediately if anything unusual happened. Said he might have located another Horcrux." Tonks's eyes widened. "Did he say where?" "A cave by the sea. Somewhere Riddle visited as a child from the orphanage." "This is connected," Tonks said with certainty. "Voldemort must know Dumbledore's hunting Horcruxes. The attack, Dumbledore's absence, it's all coordinated." The implications were terrifying. "I need to warn Dumbledore." "How? Is there a way to contact him?" Harry shook his head, frustration mounting. "He never leaves a method of communication. Says it's too dangerous." "Then we work with what we have," Tonks said decisively. "Mobilize the DA. Secure the castle as best you can. The Order will be there within the hour." "Be careful," Harry said, the inadequacy of the words painful given the danger heading toward them both. "You too. I love you. I love you too." As the mirror connection ended, Harry sprang into action. He first approached Ron and Hermione, quickly explaining the situation. Then, using the enchanted galleons Hermione had created the previous year, they summoned the most trusted DA members to an emergency meeting in the Room of Requirement. Within 20 minutes, pairs of students were patrolling strategic corridors throughout the castle, Felix Felicis distributed among them for added protection. Professor McGonagall had been alerted, and additional protective enchantments were being placed around common room entrances. Harry himself took the 7th-floor corridor near the Room of Requirement, convinced this would be the focal point of whatever Malfoy had planned. With him was Ginny Weasley, whose formidable hexing abilities made her a valuable combat partner. "You really think Death Eaters might get into Hogwarts?" she asked as they patrolled, her wand held ready. "Through the room. I think Malfoy's been working all year to make it possible," Harry replied grimly. They didn't have to wait long for confirmation. Just past 9 o'clock, a commotion from within the room drew their attention. Harry and Ginny pressed themselves against the wall beside the door, wands raised. The door burst open, and Draco Malfoy emerged, pale, terrified, but triumphant. In his hand was what appeared to be a withered black hand, which he thrust back into the room before sprinting down the corridor without noticing Harry and Ginny in the shadows. Moments later, black-robed figures began streaming from the Room of Requirement, 6, 8, then more, led by the hulking forms of the Caro siblings and the distinctive wild hair of Bellatrix Lestrange. "Now!" Harry shouted, casting a shield charm as Ginny simultaneously threw darkness powder into the corridor, temporarily blinding the Death Eaters. Chaos erupted as DA members converged from connecting corridors, casting stunning spells and impediment jinxes from multiple directions. The darkness powder provided crucial cover, preventing the Death Eaters from organizing an effective counterattack. In the confusion, Harry heard Bellatrix screeching orders, "To the astronomy tower." The Dark Lord's orders were clear. Understanding flashed through Harry's mind. The astronomy tower was the highest point of the castle, outside the anti-apparition wards, a perfect extraction point. Or worse, a perfect location for Voldemort himself to arrive. "Ginny, send your Patronus to McGonagall." Harry shouted over the din of battle. "Tell her they're heading for the astronomy tower. I'm going after them." Before she could protest, Harry sprinted through the chaos, pursuing the retreating forms of Bellatrix and several Death Eaters heading toward the tower. Behind him, the battle spread throughout the corridor as more DA members and now teachers engaged the remaining invaders. Harry reached the base of the astronomy tower just in time to see Bellatrix and 3 others disappearing up the spiral staircase. He moved to follow but was thrown back by an invisible barrier at the entrance. "Magic won't penetrate it," came a familiar voice from the shadows. "They've sealed it against anyone without a dark mark." Harry spun to find Tonks emerging from a side corridor, her wand drawn and hair battle-ready red. Behind her came Remus Lupin and several other Order members. "Tonks!" Relief flooded Harry at the sight of her, though it quickly gave way to renewed urgency. "They're heading up the tower, Bellatrix, the Caros, others I didn't recognize. I think they're creating an extraction point. Or an entry point," Tonks said grimly. "For Voldemort himself." Before they could strategize further, a thunderous crash echoed from the floors below, followed by intensifying spell fire. The battle was spreading throughout the castle. "More Death Eaters coming from the main staircase," Lupin reported, peering down the corridor. "We need to hold this position, prevent reinforcements from reaching the tower." Tonks nodded, her expression shifting to aura mode. "Harry, stay with Remus. I'll take the right flank with Kingsley." "No," Harry said firmly. "I'm with you." Their eyes met in a moment of silent communication, professional disagreement warring with personal connection. Finally, Tonks gave a short nod. "Together, then," she conceded. "But you follow my lead." What followed was the most intense combat Harry had experienced since the Department of Mysteries. Death Eaters swarmed the corridor leading to the astronomy tower, determined to reach their companions above. The Order members formed a defensive line, with Harry and Tonks fighting side by side on the right flank. They moved in perfect synchronization, as if they'd been combat partners for years rather than months. When Harry cast shields, Tonks attacked through them. When Tonks needed to reload her magical energy, Harry covered her with rapid-fire hexes. Their complementary styles formed a seamless defense that repeatedly repelled the Death Eaters' advances. In a brief lull, as they caught their breath behind a partially collapsed wall, Tonks grinned fiercely at Harry. "Not bad, Potter," she panted. "Those private lessons paid off." "Had a good teacher," he replied, matching her adrenaline-fueled smile. The moment of connection was shattered as a new wave of attackers rounded the corner, led by Fenrir Greyback in his human form but no less terrifying for it. The notorious werewolf targeted Lupin specifically, perhaps recognizing a fellow lycanthrope. "Remus!" Tonks shouted as Greyback launched himself at Lupin with inhuman speed. The two werewolves crashed together in a brutal physical confrontation, wands abandoned for claws and teeth despite both being in human form. Around them, the magical battle continued to rage, with Bill Weasley joining the defense from another corridor. Harry and Tonks fought to reach Lupin, who was clearly outmatched by the stronger, more savage Greyback. Before they could intervene, Greyback's claws raked across Lupin's face, drawing blood and a cry of pain. "No!" Tonks's hair flared crimson as she cast a blasting curse that sent Greyback flying backward. In the same moment, Bill rushed forward to help Lupin, and walked directly into Greyback's path as the werewolf recovered. What followed was horrific. Greyback, enraged by Tonks's attack, turned his full savagery on Bill, tearing at his face and throat before anyone could stop him. "Bill!" Harry shouted, casting the strongest stunning spell he could muster. The combined spell fire from Harry, Tonks, and the recovered Lupin finally drove Greyback back, but the damage was done. Bill lay motionless, his handsome face shredded beyond recognition, blood pooling beneath him. Tonks dropped to her knees beside him, casting urgent healing charms while Lupin and Harry maintained defensive positions around them. "He's alive," she reported, her voice tight with controlled panic. "But barely. We need to get him to the hospital wing now." Before they could move, however, a massive explosion rocked the tower above them. The magical barrier at the tower entrance shimmered and collapsed. Seconds later, footsteps thundered down the spiral staircase. Harry raised his wand, preparing to face whoever emerged, but it was Draco Malfoy who appeared first, his face a mask of terror, followed closely by Severus Snape, who was half dragging, half pushing him. "It's done," Snape said curtly to the nearest Death Eater. "Fall back. All of you." Confusion rippled through both sides of the battle. Snape's eyes swept the corridor, landing briefly on Harry and Tonks before shifting to Bill's mangled form. "Take him to Poppy," he said tonelessly. "Diluted Didney for the wounds. Silver nitrate to prevent lycanthropic infection." Then, gripping Malfoy's arm, he continued through the battlefield as if protected by an invisible shield, Death Eaters falling into formation behind him. None of the Order members moved to stop them, seemingly as confused by Snape's orders as Harry was. "What's happened?" Harry demanded, moving toward the tower entrance. "Where's Dumbledore?" Snape's expression remained impassive, but something flashed in his dark eyes, something that chilled Harry to the bone. "The Astronomy Tower," was all he said before sweeping past Malfoy and the remaining Death Eaters in his wake. Understanding dawned with horrifying clarity. Harry sprinted for the tower stairs, taking them two at a time despite Tonks's shout for him to wait. He emerged onto the Astronomy Tower's observation platform, the night air cold against his face. And there, broken on the stones below, illuminated by the dark mark glowing sickly green overhead, lay the unmistakable form of Albus Dumbledore. Harry stood frozen, unable to process the sight. Behind him, Tonks appeared, her breath catching as she took in the scene. "No," she whispered, moving to Harry's side. "It can't be." But it was. Somehow, impossibly, Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, the leader of the resistance against Voldemort, the mentor Harry had believed invincible, was dead. And the war had just entered its darkest phase. What followed was a nightmare of fragmented memories, McGonagall's face, ashen with shock as she confirmed Dumbledore's death. The hospital wing, where Bill's wounds were treated while his family gathered in stunned grief. Fawkes the Phoenix, singing a lament of such heart-wrenching beauty that it seemed to give voice to the collective anguish of the castle. Throughout it all, Tonks remained at Harry's side, her presence a steady anchor amid the chaos. When the initial crisis response stabilized and the wounded were tended, when the castle's defenses were reinforced and the students secured in their dormitories, she finally led him away from the hospital wing to an empty classroom where they could speak privately. "Harry," she said gently, taking his hands in hers. "Talk to me." The simple invitation broke the numb shock that had carried him through the past hours. Words poured out, Dumbledore's final expedition to retrieve what they believed was a Horcrux, the locket, now revealed as a fake planted by someone with the initials RAB, Dumbledore's weakened state upon their return to Hogsmeade, the dark mark over the Astronomy Tower that had drawn them back to the castle. "He made me promise to do whatever he said," Harry explained, his voice hollow. "Made me force-feed him this potion that nearly killed him, made me promise not to interfere no matter what happened when we got back." "You couldn't have known what Malfoy and Snape had planned," Tonks said firmly. "None of us did." "Snape," Harry spat the name, anger finally breaking through the shock. Dumbledore trusted him. Always defended him when I suspected him. And all along. He was working for Voldemort, Tonks finished grimly. The Order's been compromised at the highest level. The implications were staggering. How much intelligence had Snape passed to Voldemort? Which safe houses were no longer secure? Which members might be targeted based on information only Snape had access to? Everything changes now, Harry said, the reality of Dumbledore's absence settling over him like a physical weight. The Ministry, Hogwarts, the Order, none of it will hold without him. Maybe not in the same way, Tonks agreed. But we're not defeated, Harry. Not while we can still fight. But how? Dumbledore was hunting Horcruxes, he was the only one who really understood what we're facing. Harry ran a hand through his hair in frustration. I don't even know where to start. Tonks's grip on his hands tightened. Yes, you do. You start with what you know. The fake locket, the initials RAB, the locations Dumbledore suspected might house other Horcruxes. Her eyes held his steadily. And you don't do it alone. You mean Ron and Hermione, Harry said, already anticipating their insistence on accompanying him. Them, yes. And me. Tonks's expression was resolute. I'm an Auror, Harry. Tracking dark objects is literally my job. And more importantly. She took a deep breath. I love you. Whatever comes next, we face it together. The simple declaration, amid the devastation of the night, struck Harry with unexpected force. Here was Tonks, trained Auror, Order member, with a career and future at stake, offering to follow him into what would likely become a rogue mission against the most dangerous dark wizard in history. The Ministry won't sanction this, he said, giving her an out she didn't seek. You'd be risking everything. Some things matter more than careers, she replied without hesitation. Some people matter more. The echo of words spoken months ago, when their connection was just beginning, resonated between them. Harry pulled her close, holding on as if she might disappear if he let go. In that moment, amid the wreckage of plans and the shadow of grief, he found an unexpected certainty. Together, then, he said into her hair. Whatever comes next. Dumbledore's funeral marked the end of an era. Representatives from every magical institution in Britain and beyond gathered by the lake to bid farewell to the wizard who had shaped their world for over a century. Ministry officials sat alongside international dignitaries, centaurs watched from the forest's edge, and mere people surfaced in the lake to pay their respects. Harry sat between Tonks and Hermione, with Ron, Ginny, and the rest of the Weasleys filling the row behind them. Tonks wore her Auror dress robes, her hair a respectful black, though a strand of purple remained at her temple, a small act of defiance against conformity that Harry suspected Dumbledore would have appreciated. As Hagrid carried Dumbledore's shrouded body down the aisle between the chairs, Tonks's hand found Harry's, squeezing gently. The simple contact grounded him, preventing the threatening flood of grief from overwhelming his composure. The ceremony itself passed in a blur of eulogies and magical tributes. When white flames finally engulfed Dumbledore's body, transforming into a marble tomb beside the lake, Harry felt something within himself hardening into resolve. Afterward, as the crowd dispersed in small, somber groups, the new Minister of Magic approached Harry directly. Mr. Potter, Scrimgeour said, his tone formal but urgent. A moment of your time, if you please. Harry glanced at Tonks, who gave a subtle nod. Go ahead. I'll be nearby. The conversation that followed was predictable, another attempt to recruit Harry as the Ministry's symbol of hope, another plea for cooperation in maintaining public morale. Harry's refusal was equally predictable, though perhaps more diplomatic than his Christmas rejection. My priority is finishing what Dumbledore started, he told Scrimgeour firmly. If the Ministry wants to help with that, they can focus on finding Severus Snape and combating Voldemort directly, not on public relations exercises. When Scrimgeour departed, visibly frustrated but seemingly resigned to Harry's position, Tonks rejoined him by the lake's edge. Round 2 with the minister, she asked, though her expression suggested she already knew the outcome. Same script, different setting, Harry confirmed. Though he did mention something interesting, they're reopening the investigation into Sirius's case. Too little, too late, Tonks said bitterly. But at least his name might finally be cleared. They walked slowly around the lake, giving Harry time to collect himself before rejoining the others. The Hogwarts grounds were beautiful in the early summer sunshine, a painful contrast to the somber occasion. I've made my decision, Harry said eventually, stopping to face Tonks directly. About next steps. She nodded, waiting for him to continue. I'm not coming back to Hogwarts next year, he stated. Not while Horcruxes remain to be found and destroyed. Dumbledore left this task to me, and every day we delay gives Voldemort more time to strengthen his position. I thought you might say that, Tonks replied. Ron and Hermione know. Not yet, but they will. And they'll insist on coming with me. Of course they will. They're your best friends. She took his hands in hers. And I stand by what I said last night. I'm coming too. Harry had anticipated this, had spent the night considering all angles of what her involvement would mean. Tonks, the ministry, I've already requested extended leave, she interrupted. Family emergency. Mad Eye's supporting the application. He knows what you're planning. He suspects, she corrected. Doesn't know details, doesn't want to. But he understands that some missions require operating outside official channels. Harry was momentarily speechless. She'd already set things in motion, had already committed to joining his hunt without waiting for his decision. I love you, he said simply, because no other words seemed adequate. A smile touched her lips. I know. That's why I'm coming. That, and because hunting dark wizards is literally my job description. Her expression grew more serious. We'll need a base of operations. Somewhere secure to plan and regroup between searches. Grimmauld Place, Harry suggested. It's mine now, legally. And with Dumbledore gone, I become its secret keeper. Tonks nodded thoughtfully. Good option. We'll need to add additional protections, especially against Snape. He knew its location as an Order member. Can we do that? Block a specific person who already knows the secret? There are ways, she confirmed. Old Order techniques for compromised safe houses. Not foolproof, but better than nothing. They continued discussing logistics as they made their way back toward the castle, supplies they'd need, contacts who might have information about the Horcruxes, strategies for operating under Voldemort's increasingly powerful regime. Near the entrance hall, they found Ron and Hermione waiting, their expressions a mixture of grief and determination that likely mirrored Harry's own. We need to talk, Hermione said simply. Harry nodded. Yes, we do. But not here. They found an empty classroom, secured it with privacy charms, and Harry laid out his decision, to leave Hogwarts, to hunt Horcruxes, to fulfill the mission Dumbledore had prepared him for. As expected, Ron and Hermione immediately confirmed their intention to accompany him. We're in this together, Ron said firmly. Always have been. I've already started researching, Hermione added. Magical methods of concealment, defensive spells, healing potions we should bring. And I've got news about the fake locket, Tonks interjected, drawing surprised looks from Ron and Hermione. The initials RAB, I think they belong to Regulus Black, Sirius's brother. Regulus? Harry repeated, the pieces clicking into place. Sirius mentioned he joined the Death Eaters, then got cold feet and was killed on Voldemort's orders. Exactly, Tonks confirmed. If he discovered one of Voldemort's Horcruxes and tried to destroy it, that would explain both his death and the fake locket. Which means the real Horcrux might have been at Grimmauld Place all along, Hermione realized, her mind racing ahead. Remember that heavy locket none of us could open when we were cleaning? The one creature kept trying to save from the rubbish? A chill ran down Harry's spine at the memory. Where is it now? Mundungus Fletcher, Ron said grimly. Remember? He was nicking Black family valuables after Sirius died. Creature caught him with a bag full of stuff. The revelation set their first mission: track down Mundungus Fletcher and recover the locket. From there, they would seek the remaining Horcruxes using the clues Dumbledore had provided: Hufflepuff's cup, something of Ravenclaw's, something of Gryffindor's, and the snake Nagini, which Dumbledore suspected was the final Horcrux. As they finalized their plans, Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions: grief for Dumbledore, anxiety about the path ahead, but also a surprising thread of hope. Here, in this classroom, sat the people he trusted most in the world, united in purpose despite the overwhelming odds against them. And beside him sat Tonks, who had chosen to join this dangerous mission not just out of duty or principle, but out of love, the very power Dumbledore had insisted would ultimately prove stronger than any dark magic Voldemort commanded. So it's settled, Harry said, looking around at their determined faces. We leave after Bill and Fleur's wedding, use Grimmauld Place as our base, and start with finding Mundungus. One more thing, Tonks added, her expression unusually serious. This mission, it's not just about destroying Horcruxes. It's about staying human while we do it. What do you mean? Hermione asked. I mean that Voldemort doesn't just want to kill us, he wants to make us like him, suspicious, isolated, seeing connection as weakness. Tonks's eyes met Harry's. We can't let that happen. Whatever we face out there, we face it together, and we don't let it change who we are. Harry thought of Dumbledore's insistence that love was the power Voldemort knew not, thought of the connection that had grown between himself and Tonks over the past year, from professional duty to friendship to love, and how it had already helped him survive the darkest moments. Together, he agreed, reaching for her hand. Not just against Voldemort, but for what comes after. In that moment, amid the grief and uncertainty, Harry glimpsed a future beyond the prophecy, beyond the war, a future he was determined to fight for, not just survive to see. A future with Tonks by his side, where they were defined not by what they'd fought against, but by what they'd built together. And for the first time since Dumbledore's death, that future felt possible. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.